Chapter 1984. Early in the morning at the ancestral city, the wind and snow covered the sky, making it difficult to see far into the distance. The snow that blurred one's vision gave off a cold feeling. Wang Lin turned around and walked against the wind and snow toward the ancestral city. He had a jade in his hand. This jade was one of the things he needed to enter the ancestral city. It was the agreement he had made with Grand Empyrean Gemini and Empyrean Exalt Guya. When Wang Lin needed it, Grand Empyrean Gemini would personally come. This was the promise Grand Empyrean Gemini and Grand Empyrean Exalt Guya had made to Wang Lin. It was because of the existence of this jade that Wang Lin had come, even though he knew the Celestial Emperor was his enemy. Under the eastern city gate, the wind and snow were blocked by the city wall, so it had thinned a lot. Standing in the shadow of the city gate, Wang Lin looked down at the jade in his hand and crushed it. The moment the jade was crushed, there was a flash of purple and red light, and a strange formation appeared before Wang Lin. This formation gave off an ancient aura and was extremely complex. At a glance, it seemed like it could be used for teleportation. As the light from the rune shone, the figures of two little girls manifested. Their eyes were open, as if they had been summoned while they were sleeping. One of them was even holding a doll in her arms. So sleepy. And what is this place? Little Wang Lin, it's you. The two little girls looked around before their gazes fell on Wang Lin, and they were filled with joy. Wang Lin greets Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin clasped his hands. No need to greet. No need to greet. We missed you so much after you left. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. That's right. Where's little Biaozi? Quickly call him out. Yes, so by Jay, I miss little Biaozi. The two little girls were excited. Wang Lin calmly said, This is the ancestral city of the Celestial Clan. Grand Empyrean Gemini. Do you remember our agreement? Agreement? Ah, I remember now. You said you wanted us to help you once when you needed it. What about now? Who provoked you? Humph. You dare to provoke our family's little Wang Lin? We'll definitely get justice for you. The two little girls immediately became spirited. They seemed to be very passionate about fighting. Wang Lin looked at the two little girls and softly said, I asked Grand Empyrean Gemini to help me trap the Celestial Emperor for a while. I'm going to the underground palace. Celestial Emperor? No problem. The two little girls looked at each other, and there was a hint of seriousness in their innocent eyes. However, they didn't ask any more questions. They withdrew their gazes and turned into two rays of light that flew toward the palace. A moment later, the earth trembled and a thunderous rumble came from the imperial palace at the center of the ancestral city. Under the city gate, Wang Lin felt the earth tremble and close his eyes. Slaughter descends on the world and replaces light. I, Wang Lin, am willing to sink into destruction, Wang Lin murmured. His long, white hair rapidly turned black from the roots. As it rapidly spread, the snow falling from the sky also changed. The snow turned black, and as the black snowflakes fell, they formed a storm. The moment Wang Lin's hair turned black, all the snow in the sky turned black. The black snow fell from the sky, and because of its existence, it seemed to cover the morning sky. The eastern part of the ancestral city turned dark. Large amounts of black snow raged in the sky and covered most of the sky. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with ruthlessness. The black-haired Wang Lin should have appeared when it was dark, but at this moment, he used a spell to turn the snow black. He used the black snow to cover the sky and turn the light into darkness. From afar, the ancestral city was extremely strange. The eastern part was dark, and the rest of the city was still daytime. The cultivators in the eastern part of the city all rushed out of their rooms and looked up at the sky. Everyone's expression was filled with horror and shock. But soon, they instantly felt a merciless aura of destruction coming from the eastern city gate. This aura was not overbearing, nor was it lively, but everyone who felt it immediately thought of death and the end of the world. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. His white robe was replaced by strands of black gas that surrounded his body. Outsiders couldn't see what was inside, They could only see a mass of black gas that was getting denser and denser. As Wang Lin moved forward, the black snow in the eastern part of the city seemed to invade the light. It was a dark mass that devoured everything in the distance. Every time Wang Lin took a step, the darkness in the sky would spread one step further. I originally put away the slaughter and destruction spell and was about to leave this place. But Celestial Emperor, since you insisted on me coming, then today you will suffer the beginning of destruction. As Wang Lin walked forward, the black gas around him burned like a black flame that wanted to burn the world. Wherever he went, any cultivator who saw him would feel their hearts tremble. Fear came from the depths of their souls. It was as if the black gas they were looking at was their natural enemy, the destroyer of all life. Wherever he went, the black snow on the ground melted and took away the rocks that hadn't been broken for tens of thousands of years, turning the ground into black ruins. It was impossible to tell if this was the corrosion of the slaughter or the decay of the black snow. The surrounding buildings also seemed to have experienced countless years in a short period of time as Wang Lin moved forward. They turned into dust after rotting. From the eastern part of the city, Wang Lin walked step by step toward the palace at the center of the ancestral city. Because the ancestral city was too big, this journey was very long. However, at this moment, every step Wang Lin took would cause black ripples to echo. As the ripples spread, Wang Lin seemed to have completely merged with the darkness. His speed was very fast, and although he looked slow, one could only see dust flying. The darkness in the sky rapidly devoured the light. The dark shadow moved from the eastern part of the city toward the palace. Very few cultivators dared to stop Wang Lin at this moment. They were terrified as they watched the darkness descend until it devoured the light. A path of ruins connected the eastern part of the city to the palace. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin arrived at the palace. There was no city behind him, only the dust of history. Outside the palace, tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers were lined up, all staring at Wang Lin. Behind them, countless figures flew out from all corners of the palace. In the sky, the weather changed. Two suns could be seen, one purple, the other gold. Inside the purple sun was Grand Empyrean Gemini, and inside the golden sun was the Celestial Emperor in his royal robe. The battle between the two Empyrean exalts caused the world to rumble and become a blur. Ripples echoed in all directions. Grand Empyrean Gemini, this Wang Lin has trespassed the palace and disrespected the celestial ancestor. This behavior is a betrayal of the celestial ancestor. Are the two of you going to continue to be stubborn? The celestial emperor's voice echoed across the sky as he used a shocking spell. Wang Lin stood outside the palace and suddenly raised his head. All the black gas around him suddenly condensed to form a black robe around him. His black hair grew a bit longer as he looked at the golden sun in the sky. His eyes revealed an emotionless indifference. As the black gas around Wang Lin condensed to form a robe, the darkness in the sky spread like crazy. It was as if the world had been divided into three parts before him and the palace. One half was black, the other half was gold, and in the middle was the purple sun. I originally didn't want to pursue the slaughter on the street and just wanted to leave. I didn't want slaughter and destruction to descend upon the world, but you forced me to come here as a madman. Now I'm here. Wang Lin's eyes became even more indifferent. His emotionless eyes looked at the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers outside the palace and the figures flying out of the palace. Wang Lin raised his foot and took a step forward. With his step, his body suddenly spread out and turned into a powerful black cloud that swept forward. The tens of thousands of soldiers all had serious expressions. As the black cloud formed by Wang Lin closed in, they all let out roars. Their armors released a black light that formed a monstrous killing intent. This killing intent from tens of thousands of people gathered together and fused into one. This monstrous, baleful aura let out a violent roar and impressively transformed into a huge dragon turtle beast. This beast had a dragon's head and tail, but no dragon's body. Its body was like a turtle's, and there were no horns on it. Instead, it was branded with countless hideous ghost totems. This beast was not a black tortoise. It had a unique name in the Immortals. It was called the Dragon Ghost. Turtle and ghost, they were the same word. The Dragon Ghost was the soul of the black armored soldiers. This beast was formed from the killing intent accumulated over countless years. Once it appeared, it roared and charged at the black cloud formed by Wang Lin. In an instant, it collided with the black cloud, but the moment it touched the cloud, its body trembled and it let out a shrill roar. No matter how strong the killing intent was, no matter how fierce it was, it would dissipate like smoke before the destructive power of slaughter. The black cloud formed by Wang Lin didn't stop. As it swept forward, the dragon ghost trembled and collapsed. The tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers beneath it coughed out blood, and their bodies fell back as if they had been hit by a powerful impact. The gate of the palace seemed to have gone through countless years as the black cloud formed by Wang Lin charged forward. It rotted and collapsed, and as it did, darkness descended from the sky. Wherever Wang Lin went, the ground of the palace turned black, and all the buildings around the gate turned to dust. The tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers were shocked, but as the black cloud formed by Wang Lin spread out, screams of pain shook the sky and earth. When the black cloud moved past the tens of thousands of people and reformed the black-haired Wang Lin in the square of the palace, the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers died and turned into remains. When the wind blew by, they also turned to dust. Chapter 1985. The cultivators coming from the palace all stopped due to the sudden change. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Lin. Perhaps there has never been black snow in the Celestial Clan's palace. As the black-haired Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and waved at the sky. The darkness that covered the world turned into black snowflakes that fell inside and outside the palace. As the snowflakes drifted down, it was as if a song of time was being played. The huge palace began to rapidly decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at this moment, in the distant imperial palace, the statue of the celestial ancestor that towered into the sky emitted a golden light. The golden light turned into ripples that swept in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the imperial palace seemed to be shrouded in golden light. This golden light was the strongest formation of the palace, and it couldn't be destroyed. Inside the golden light, there seemed to be a person sitting on top of the celestial ancestor statue. This person was wearing white, and his gaze met Wang Lin's. Wang Lin, the person in white, was the imperial teacher. He revealed a smile as he stood up and walked toward Wang Lin. With one step, the entire palace seemed to overlap with another space. When the imperial teacher's foot landed, he was standing on top of the palace 10 feet away from Wang Lin. As he stood there, his clothes fluttered in the wind. "I have waited a long time for you. You finally came." Wang Lin looked up at the imperial teacher. At this moment, the battle between the celestial emperor and Gemini echoed in the sky, and it wouldn't end in a short period of time. It would be difficult to determine the outcome of this battle between Grand Empyreans, but Grand Empyrean Gemini was enough to trap the Celestial Emperor, so he couldn't attack Wang Lin. Apart from the Celestial Emperor, there was only the Imperial Preceptor in the palace, who had a strange and unpredictable cultivation. Wang Lin was silent and did not speak. Instead, he lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and the cultivators around him immediately chose to retreat. They were not like the cultivators of the ancient clan. The ancient clan did not have any sects, only the ancient ancestral temple and the 3 imperial kingdoms. Almost all of the ancient clan citizens were madly loyal to the imperial power. In the immortal clan, the existence of the imperial power was more of a symbol. The real power was in the hands of the Grand Empyreans and the various sects. Facing the terrifying Wang Lin, they chose to avoid him without hesitation. Wang Lin's foot landed and the earth collapsed. Cracks spread like crazy with his body as the center. The cracks opened by Wang Lin's foot flew toward the palace the imperial teacher was in. The cracks were like dragons that roared as they closed in. The imperial teacher smiled and waved his right hand. Because all existences can become nothingness. As he waved his right hand, the cracks that spread across the floor of the first palace disappeared without a trace, as if they were wounds that had healed. Wang Lin looked up at the imperial teacher and slowly said, "The person I kissed on the street is not you. The person you killed was me, but also not me." The imperial teacher smiled as his right hand formed a fist and slowly opened it. A small person made of white light appeared in his palm. After this small person appeared, it immediately knelt down at the imperial teacher. "You once went to the Great Soul Sect, so you should know this spell. This soul, I Dao, and Dao, I soul look the same, but in truth, they are different." The imperial teacher waved his right hand, and the little person in his palm flew out. It immediately expanded into a normal-sized figure and charged at Wang Lin. It was very fast and merged with the world, making it impossible to see it clearly. However, when it closed in on Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached toward the right. Ripples flashed, and his hand grabbed the white figure and crushed it. "What?" Wang Lin closed his eyes and opened them a few breaths later. "Alive from a cave world. You're the first person to walk out from cave world. Cave tea. Cave tea. Whether it is the Celestial Clan or the Ancient Clan, there are countless cave worlds. No one had the spell to create a cave world. Everyone on the immortal astral continent, including the Celestial Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor. The spell to create a cave world is something unique to my clan. It was my clan that followed the Celestial Ancestor and taught this spell. Any sect on the immortal astral continent that has the qualifications to create their own cave world. Over the countless years, countless cave worlds have provided a large amount of Joss flames for my clan. This Joss flame is useful to others, but it is the most useful to my clan. As long as you absorb the Joss flame that belongs to my clan, you can become an external member of my clan. If you don't have any more Joss flames, you will die. Joss flames are a poison, but also a supplement. This isn't a very deep secret, and you might know about it. But only you pass through the void, not through reincarnation, but through your body from the cave world. This is impossible. This has never happened in the history of my clan." The imperial teacher's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Wang Lin. The excitement in his eyes became even stronger. "It can be said that you are the same as my clan. You don't belong to the immortal astral continent. It can also be said that you were created by my clan's spell on the immortal astral continent." As the imperial teacher spoke, his right hand formed a seal, and he waved his hand. The palace distorted as if it was a different space. Everything in the sky disappeared, the earth changed, and even the palace disappeared. Wang Lin clearly noticed that his location hadn't changed, but the space had changed. It was obvious that someone had used a powerful spell to open up a similar space. This place was clearly inside the Celestial Emperor Palace, but it was like another world. This was a majestic hall that was supported by a huge pillar. On each pillar, there were 9 balls of fire burning around it, illuminating the hall in a dim light. There were countless pillars and countless balls of ghostly fire. Inside each ball of fire, there was a blurry face with its eyes closed. In the distance, there was a mountain-shaped altar. The imperial teacher stood on the altar and didn't move. It was as if he was in another space, and the altar was the palace. Before the altar was a giant, blood-red pool, and there was a person sitting inside. This person was Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. His eyes were closed, and his expression was ferocious, as if he was suffering great pain. The veins on his body were swollen, and he gave off an unspeakable ancient aura. There were 9 pillars around the altar, and there was a brown chain on each pillar. They were connected together and floated above the altar. There was a person tied to the center of the 9 chains. This person was wearing a flowery robe and had his eyes closed. His body was pierced by the 9 chains, and he was unconscious. This person was a madman. The Celestial Ancestor invited my clan to set up the palace, and created this underground palace. Everything here is related to the palace. The imperial teacher smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the unconscious madman. After pondering a bit, he slowly spoke. Why did you and the Celestial Emperor use various methods to force me to come here? The imperial teacher looked at Wang Lin with a strange light in his eyes and slowly said, Do you want to obtain the power of the Celestial Ancestor? The Celestial Ancestor has endless power. If you agree to one condition of mine, I can help you obtain the Celestial Ancestor's inheritance and make you the #1 person on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's expression was still cold. He was not moved by this and only coldly looked at the imperial teacher. Because the Celestial Emperor has prepared for many years to return to the Celestial Ancestor. Once he succeeds, he will be able to obtain the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation and become the second Celestial Ancestor. I can help you obtain this cultivation without the Celestial Banquet noticing. The imperial teacher licked his lips and looked at Wang Lin. Because you have the qualifications. You came from the cave world that provides joss flames for my clan. You can't leave the ancestral city. Or perhaps you can't leave the palace. Wang Lin interrupted the imperial teacher's words and suddenly spoke. The imperial teacher's expression changed, and he stopped speaking. His eyes became cold as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he stared at the imperial teacher. After a long time, the imperial teacher began to laugh. That's right, the Celestial Ancestor is very strong, very strong. My clan was forced to submit, and most of the joss flames had to be refined by my clan before being offered to the Celestial Ancestor. Furthermore, he left a seal on the members of our clan. Not only can the members of our clan never leave the ancestral city, but we also have to be extremely careful with our words. Every Celestial Emperor has the power to decide the life and death of our clan. Also, once someone from my clan takes the risk to leave, they will without a doubt die. The Great Soul Sex Ancestor was a genius of my clan, but after he left, it would still be difficult for him to escape death. Therefore, my clan must be loyal to every Celestial Emperor. I want to change this, and now I have the chance to change it. When I first learned that you came from the cave world, the Celestial Emperor wanted to kill you, but I understand Lien Daojian. He is a suspicious person and is incredibly cold. That is why I said that you are a great threat and must be killed. Once I said those words, he became suspicious. That is why he did not attack you when you first came to the land of the Celestials. Then, you grew too quickly and exceeded his expectations, but he had other plans. He wanted to use your power to help the Abyss Dao in the underground palace. The person he chose was Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao, and the person I chose was you, Wang Lin. Jiu Ti is a great threat to the Celestial Emperor, so he didn't want to personally act in the ancestral city to arouse Jiu Ti's suspicion. That's why he invited you to the title ceremony and the slaughter on the street. The scene of your slaughter shocked him, so he relied on his control of Lien Daofei's memories to lure you here. Because the reason I also wanted you to come to the underground palace is because only here, when another Grand Emperor appears to fight him, can I say these words without him noticing. After the imperial teacher finished speaking, he immediately looked at Wang Lin. Chapter 1986. Is it me and Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao? Or should I say, the illusory Celestial Ancestor cultivation should be obtained by the Celestial Emperor and the Imperial Teacher. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he thought to himself. The black-haired him didn't seem affected by the Imperial Teacher's words at all. He looked at the Imperial Teacher on the altar. The Imperial Teacher's words were unpredictable, but there was one thing Wang Lin was sure of. This so-called inheritance was not as simple as it seemed. I wonder how I can cooperate to obtain the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation, like you said. The Celestial Ancestor is rumored to be missing, and whether he is dead or alive is unknown. How do we proceed with this inheritance? Wang Lin slowly asked as he looked at the Imperial Teacher. This matter is complicated, but the Celestial Emperor is well prepared. He has found a #1 genius of the Celestial clan, Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao. Even without the Celestial Ancestor's bloodline, he can become the #1 ascendant Empyrean after you. If he obtains the celestial ancestor's bloodline, his cultivation level will increase countless times, using his hatred for you to transform it into a desire to kill you and surpass you. That person would be able to condense a powerful obsession. This obsession would be enough to increase his life force to infinity. He was confident that he would be able to endure the pain of atavism and successfully force out all the power in his bloodline, transforming into the same cultivation base as the immortal ancestor. At that time, he will be the second-generation celestial ancestor. The celestial emperor has schemed against ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao for many years. I still don't know what method the celestial emperor used, but he is confident he can control the powerful ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao after returning to his ancestral roots. I have tried to calculate, but it is a blur. However, I can vaguely figure out that it is possession and puppets. The key to this matter is this blood pool. The imperial teacher pointed at the pool of water ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was sitting in. This thing is extremely difficult to obtain, and the previous generations of celestial emperors have barely met the requirements to allow the body to return to its ancestral roots. If you agree to my request, I will personally preside over this inheritance and transfer the cultivation that should have been given to ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to you. Once you obtain such a cultivation level, you will immediately become the #1 person in the celestial clan. Your power will surpass even Grand Empyreans. At that time, you can save Lianzu and Fei with just one word. The imperial teacher spoke quickly. What do you want? Wang Lin said slowly. I only have one condition. Once you acquire the cultivation base of the celestial ancestor and become the second-generation celestial ancestor, you can replace the celestial ancestor and undo the seal on my clan. Then my clan will be free. The imperial preceptor's eyes shone with a strange light as he stared at Wang Lin. At that time, my clan will choose to leave the immortal astral continent and return to my clan's homeland. As for you, you can become the #1 person in the celestial clan. While enjoying endless power, you can recreate the glory of the celestial ancestor. If you don't believe me, I can swear that if I violate this promise, let my body turn into ashes. As the imperial preceptor spoke, he lifted his right hand and formed a strange seal. When that seal appeared, his final words did not become invisible. Instead, they appeared out of thin air and turned into numerous runes that shone with a dark light. They gathered together to form a complicated totem that floated in midair before disappearing without a trace. The imperial preceptor quickly said, "This is an oath. On the immortal astral continent, there's the law of the immortal astral continent as a witness. With your cultivation level, you should be able to feel the existence and authenticity of this oath." Wang Lin silently pondered. Time slowly passed, and for the first time, the imperial preceptor revealed an anxious expression. "Wang Lin, I have no malice. Everything I said is true. There is no feud between us, and I won't harm you. I just want to fight for a free future for my clan." Wang Lin looked at the struggling ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and felt the madness coming from his body. He has lost his mind. His mind has been erased by the celestial emperor. All that remains is hatred and killing intent toward you. The imperial preceptor nodded. This hatred didn't seem deep to Wang Lin, but thinking about the Dao ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao cultivated, he understood a bit. Time slowly passed. The imperial preceptor bitterly waited for a while. When he saw Wang Lin's indifferent expression, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He clenched his teeth and spoke once more. "If Wang Daoyu agrees, I can give you all the Joss flames provided by the cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. If Wang Daoyu absorbs all this Joss flames, it will greatly benefit him. Whether it is cultivation, spells, or lifespan, they can all undergo a transformation. After a long time, there's a chance to reach a state of emptiness and destruction. This level is enough to stand at the peak of the universe." Once the imperial preceptor finished speaking, he lifted his right hand and grabbed the center of his brows. As his body trembled violently, a black crystal the size of a fist gradually appeared between his brows. There was no light coming from the crystal, but there was an extremely dense Joss flame energy spreading out from it. This is the Joss flame core provided by all the cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. With this, the entire continent will constantly provide you with Joss flames. The celestial ancestor was born from the void and is different from my clan. He can't absorb it himself, so he needs the bodies of my clan members to convert it. There are many people in this world that absorb Joss flames, but they aren't pure. Once they absorb it, it becomes a seed for my clan. However, you are different. You were born in the Joss flame cave world, so you don't need my clan to convert it like the celestial ancestor. Your soul and body can be directly absorbed. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes were filled with decisiveness as he waved his right hand. The black crystal flew toward Wang Lin. The incoming crystal seemed to be obstructed by Wang Lin and no longer moved. It floated in the air and remained motionless. After the Imperial Preceptor took out the crystal from his body, his entire body aged as if he was decaying. The Imperial Preceptor's voice was ancient as he softly said, "This is my clan's life crystal. After losing it, I don't have much time left. I'll give this to you in hopes that you can trust me and help my clan's children once. Let them leave this place, return to their homeland." Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before he waved his right hand at the crystal. He put it away but didn't immediately absorb it. He looked up at the Imperial Preceptor and nodded. "I don't know about the Immortal Astral Oath. I only know about blood oaths." As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and a drop of blood flew out. This drop of blood contained Wang Lin's aura. This aura was very strong, and if it exploded into a blood mist, it would make it so that people who sensed it wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or fake. "If what you said is true, then I can help you once." Wang Lin's words entered the drop of blood, causing it to shine brightly. Wang Lin flicked it toward the Imperial Preceptor, and it floated before him. The Imperial Preceptor became excited. He looked at the drop of blood before him and pointed at the pool where Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was and quickly spoke. "Many thanks, fellow cultivator. Time is of the essence, so I ask fellow cultivator to enter the pool, and I'll cast a spell. While the Celestial Emperor is being restrained and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao hasn't awakened, I'll transfer his inheritance to you. This matter will be painful and will need to change your bloodline so that the Celestial Ancestor's blood will flow through your body. I ask fellow cultivator not to resist, because once you resist, all your efforts will be wasted." Wang Daoyu. The Imperial Preceptor's expression was extremely serious as he looked at Wang Lin with deep gratitude. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin for the second time. "My clan will remember fellow cultivator's kindness." The old man represents all of my clan members on the immortal astral continent to thank fellow cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he slowly walked toward the pool. However, just as he got close to the pool, he suddenly looked up at the Imperial Teacher. The Imperial Teacher's expression was one of gratitude, and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with an ancient and death aura. As he had said, after losing the crystal, he didn't have much time left. Wang Lin slowly said, "I have to save Lien Daofei first." The Imperial Preceptor smiled bitterly as he looked at Lien Daofei, who was locked up by the 9 chains, and shook his head with a sigh. "Wang Daoyu, the old man doesn't want to lie to you. The chains on Lien Daofei were placed by the Celestial Emperor, so I can't open them. Once I touch them, even if he fights with Gemini, he will immediately notice. Also, the old man really can't open them. However, as long as you obtain the power of the Celestial Ancestor, everything will be solved. Trust me once, fellow cultivator, trust me once. I promise you with the lives and futures of all my clan members. Trust me." The Imperial Preceptor's expression was extremely sincere. He had paid the price of his life just to make Wang Lin trust him once. Wang Lin looked at the Imperial Preceptor and silently pondered for a bit. He then nodded and stepped into the pool. However, just as his right foot landed in the blood-like pool, Wang Lin's right foot in the pool slightly trembled. This movement was very light, and with the ripples caused by him stepping in, no one could detect a trace of slaughter aura coming from Wang Lin's right foot. The moment this aura appeared, it charged toward the ferocious ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and entered his body. The imperial teacher on the altar was very excited. He looked at Wang Lin step into the pool and immediately formed a seal. He activated the last trace of vitality in his body and was about to use it as a secret spell. However, just at this moment, the entire underground palace suddenly became cold. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who was inside the pool, suddenly opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, he revealed a monstrous amount of madness. The coldness came from his body, and the moment he opened his eyes, the pool rapidly froze. Chapter 1987. The 1987th Roar of a Child. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao raised his head and let out a roar. Cracking sounds echoed as he stood up from the frozen pool. He waved his hand, and his hair rapidly grew. In an instant, it exceeded the length of his body and spread across the frozen water. His head moved, and he stared at Wang Lin, revealing a crazed killing intent. This sudden scene startled the imperial teacher, but before he could speak, Wang Lin withdrew his right foot the moment Ming Dao awakened and the water froze. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness as he retreated toward the imperial teacher. "You really lied to me." The imperial teacher was about to explain when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's roar echoed across the underground palace. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao moved like a fierce beast and charged at Wang Lin with a roar. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll cancel the transaction just now." Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and he seemed extremely angry. Facing the incoming Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, he raised his right hand and waved. With this wave, the slaughter and destruction aura inside Wang Lin's body flew out, forming a black cloud that shot toward Ming Dao. However, just as it got close, Ming Dao let out a roar and his eyes became filled with madness. He raised his left hand, and 9 rays of green gas appeared out of thin air. They circled his fingers 9 times and then suddenly expanded. They flew out and collided with the black cloud formed by Wang Lin's spell. Rumbling sounds echoed as the 9 cyan smoke rings erupted with extremely pure fire origin energy. Every single smoke ring burned fiercely, shaking the black clouds. On the altar, the imperial teacher stared at this and began to ponder. He immediately guessed that this matter was related to Wang Lin, but he wasn't sure. It was possible that Wang Lin's appearance had stimulated Ming Dao and caused him to wake up early. As he pondered, he raised his right hand and a small, white figure appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to deduce, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who was battling Wang Lin, was knocked back toward the imperial teacher when the smoke ring collided with the black cloud. Wang Lin also retreated. After retreating a few steps, he suddenly looked up and stared at Ming Dao, who was being knocked back by the 9 chains. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and he took a step forward. The black robe around him exploded into countless strands of black gas. Wang Lin seemed to turn into a large amount of black fog as he charged at the madman tied up by the 9 chains. "Kill him or subdue him, and we can continue our deal." The moment Wang Lin's voice came out for the black fog, the blood formed by Wang Lin's oath suddenly exploded. This blood exploded into a blood fog that surrounded the altar and the imperial teacher. When the blood fog suddenly exploded, it caused the imperial teacher to be surrounded by Wang Lin's aura. This aura was very strong. It was difficult to tell if it was real or fake. At this moment, Wang Lin's hair was black and his body had merged with the fog. He had also restrained his aura. As a result, Ming Dao, who had lost his mind, immediately felt the aura from the blood fog around the imperial teacher that he hated to the bone. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately changed his target. With bloodshot eyes, he charged madly towards the Grand Preceptor with a low roar. Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao arrived with a sharp roar, interrupting the Imperial Teacher's deduction. He looked up and saw the blood mist around him. At this moment, he no longer needed to deduce and had already guessed the answer. His eyes lit up and the little person in his right hand flew out. It grew to the size of a person and pointed at Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao. From beginning to end, Wang Lin didn't believe the Imperial Teacher's words. The reason he spoke to the Imperial Teacher was because he was thinking about how to save the madman. The Imperial Teacher's power was very strange, and if he tried to stop him, it would be difficult for Wang Lin to spare the energy to teach the madman. This was why he determined that Ascendant Empyrean Realm, Ascendant Empyrean Realm, Empyrean Realm, Ascendant 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 Empyrean Realm, Ascendant. As time passed, the Imperial Teacher became anxious several times. Wang Lin used the oath blood to flick it next to the Imperial Teacher. He didn't give the Imperial Teacher a chance to think, and immediately chose to agree. The Imperial Teacher was anxious and had wasted too much time. After seeing Wang Lin agree, he didn't think there was a problem with the blood around him. He didn't try to deduce anything and was distracted by Wang Lin's agreement. He calmly completed all of this. After Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was awakened by Wang Lin, this scene appeared. What celestial ancestors' inheritance? What unlocking the Imperial Teacher's clan? Wang Lin had no interest in any of this. At this moment, he was a black-haired body formed from slaughter and destruction. How could he have such thoughts? The only thing he had was the obsession he left behind when his white hair turned black. Save the madman. His body turned into black fog and charged toward the 9 chains on the altar while the Imperial Teacher was forced to fight Ming Dao. Just as he was about to save the madman, a monstrous, golden light came from the madman's body. This golden light was exactly the same as the light from the celestial ancestor statue in the palace. Under this golden light, a power that caused Wang Lin to tremble violently and that he couldn't destroy with his slaughter appeared. This power came from the golden light, and when it collided with the black fog formed by Wang Lin, the black fog immediately dissipated. It condensed into black threads and forced out the black-haired Wang Lin's figure. Inside the golden light, the black-haired Wang Lin was surrounded by black gas. The moment the black gas appeared, it sizzled and dissipated. There was also a sharp pain from his soul that made it impossible for Wang Lin to get close to the madman. He suddenly retreated, but under the golden light, Wang Lin's hair rapidly changed. After retreating hundreds of feet, his black hair dissipated and was replaced by white hair. This power forced Wang Lin back from his slaughter and destruction to his white-haired body. Even without the darkness, the white-haired Wang Lin was still rejected by the golden light. It entered his body and caused him to cough out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. As he retreated, he looked at the madman and the chains with shock in his eyes. This is the power of the celestial ancestor's bloodline. Is the person the celestial emperor chose Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao, or his little brother Lien Daofei? As Wang Lin retreated, the Imperial Teacher pointed at Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao, causing him to retreat. However, Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao let out a roar at the sky. His skin began to rot at a visible rate, and a large amount of wounds appeared on his body. Rays of golden light came from these wounds and rotting parts of his body. This caused his body to be shrouded in golden light, a power no weaker than the one that caused Wang Lin's black hair to turn white. The appearance of this power immediately caused Wang Lin to doubt his previous guess. Right now, he couldn't tell whether the madman or Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao was the one the Celestial Emperor had chosen. Wang Lin, you touched the chains, so the Celestial Emperor already knows. He can come at any time. Quickly join hands with me to suppress Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. I'll use a spell to transfer his ancestral power to you. The Imperial Teacher's face was pale. After losing the crystal, his life was limited. His words were anxious, and he didn't care about Wang Lin's scheme at all. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's body shined brightly, but the decay on his body didn't stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Pieces of rotten flesh fell off, and his eyes were filled with endless pain. He let out a roar, and his eyes became cloudy. There was only madness in them as he charged at Wang Lin. He didn't use any spells as he closed in. The golden light from his body was the best spell and treasure. As he closed in, Wang Lin felt like a burning sun was descending from the sky and was going to completely destroy him. His expression changed as he retreated. The soul armor instantly appeared, and his hands formed a seal. He released all his power and condensed the power of his body. Sundered Night appeared on his left hand, and he used the ancient Dao No celestial spell on his right hand. These two strongest spells were all activated at this moment and flew toward the incoming Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. At the same time, the Imperial Teacher jumped into the air and left the altar for the first time. In the air, 9 white figures appeared in his right palm. These 9 figures turned into 9 fingers and charged at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Before Wang Lin could see the result, an angry roar echoed in his ears. This roar was muffled and seemed to come from outside the underground palace. The entire underground palace trembled violently, and the roof above suddenly collapsed. A giant, golden palm broke through space and descended from the sky above the palace. Shang Xiandao, you dare to rebel against me? The golden palm contained the destructive force of a grand Empyrean. After this force entered the underground palace, it absorbed the golden light from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and the madman. Its power increased greatly, and the entire underground palace trembled. The Imperial Teacher's face instantly turned pale. As the palm closed in, he let out a scream. Wang Lin, enter the pool. He only had time to say this before charging toward the pool below. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before clenching his teeth and charging toward the pool. The moment he entered the pool, the Imperial Teacher used some unknown spell, causing the pool to boil and turn into a vortex before collapsing. There was another space under the underground palace. The sky was blood-colored, like the blood pool. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky and a ripple of blood spread out. Wang Lin and the Imperial Teacher descended from the sky, followed by the golden palm print and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. There were 6 strange mountains on the ground. One of the mountains was carved into the shape of a head. The head looked at the sky, and its appearance was that of the celestial ancestor. The head had turned into a mountain. The later the novel, the more difficult it was to write. Jin had done his best. If there are still monthly votes, please give Jin a vote. Chapter 1988. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he descended from the crack in the sky. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. He stood on top of one of the 9 peaks and looked up at the sky. The Imperial Teacher did almost the same thing as Wang Lin. In a flash, he appeared on the top of another mountain. In the sky, the giant golden palm print arrived and replaced everything in the sky. It was as if the sky was covered in a golden sea of fire. However, just as the golden palm print landed, the earth trembled. There was a flash of golden light in the eyes of the celestial ancestor's head. Shortly after, the palm print seemed to be attracted by something and melted. It split into 2 parts and was absorbed by the eyes of the celestial ancestor's head. In the blink of an eye, the golden palm print disappeared. An angry roar came from the sky. This roar seemed to come from the Celestial Emperor. This roar seemed to come from layers of space, but it soon became even more clear. It was as if the Celestial Emperor was desperately rushing over. However, shortly after, the angry roar arrived and was replaced by the crisp voices of the two little girls. It was obvious that the Celestial Emperor had been stopped by Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin, the Celestial Emperor, has been stopped, but he is anxious and can come at any time. We don't have much time. Attack together and subdue this Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. We must be fast. After subduing him, I'll use a spell to transfer his inheritance to you. The Imperial Teacher's face was pale, and he was panting as if he had reached the end of his life. As he spoke, although the golden palm print disappeared, Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's figure appeared. Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's body was rotting even more, and a large amount of flesh and skin had fallen off, revealing his black bones. However, there was still a golden light coming from his body. This golden light seemed to be corroding his entire body, causing Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao to roar in pain. In the sky, due to the Imperial Tutor blasting open the pool of blood, the sky was like a broken mirror, revealing a gap. A large amount of red blood permeated the space, falling down like rain. The red blood fell on the 9 mountain peaks and fell on the ground. It quickly accumulated as if there was no end to it. As the blood rain fell, Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao let out a roar and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent and madness as he stared at Wang Lin. He was so fast that he turned into an afterimage and instantly closed in on a mountain where Wang Lin was. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. The moment Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao closed in, he took a step back and 99 afterimages appeared. Thunderous rumbles echoed and shook the world. Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao didn't use any spells and just smashed his head into the mountain. The earth quaked and the mountain swayed. If it was any other mountain, it would have collapsed. However, this mountain only shook violently and a large amount of rocks fell off. There were no signs of the mountain collapsing. In fact, not even a deep crack had appeared on it. More than 70 of the 99 Wang Lin figures collapsed under Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's crazed attack, but the rest fused together to form Wang Lin's original body. His expression was calm as he retreated and stared at the mountain with a strange light in his eyes. What kind of mountain is this? What kind of place is this? When Wang Lin spoke, he was asking the Imperial Teacher, "These are the 9 celestial mountains of the Celestial Clan. They protect the Celestial Clan and suppress the 72 spirits of the Celestial Clan. They also allow generations of Celestial Emperors to use the power of their bloodline to inherit the title of 8 Extreme. This place is the Forbidden Land under the palace. It is also the true closed-door cultivation place of the Celestial Ancestor." The Imperial Teacher said without hesitation. "Wang Lin, attack." The Imperial Teacher's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew up from the mountain toward Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. As he moved forward, he opened his right hand and a small, white figure appeared. It turned into the size of a real person and charged out with him. Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao smashed into the mountain, causing it to shake and let out a roar. He didn't seem to care about the Imperial Teacher and charged toward Wang Lin once more. All things in the void exist because they exist. The white figure before the Imperial Teacher took a step forward and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was before Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. It pointed at Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. The moment the finger landed, a large amount of ripples appeared in the void around Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. These ripples were like ropes that twisted and wrapped around Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao, causing him to pause for a moment. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The golden light inside Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's body was too strong. The power inside the golden light made Wang Lin feel extreme dread. When he saw the Imperial Teacher attack, he hesitated for a moment before changing direction and charging toward Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. As he closed in, he raised his right hand and sundered night appeared. The earth became the sea and the sky became dark. He became the sun that rose from the sea and shined brightly. This faith spell erupted with a powerful force when Wang Lin used it. It fused with the light that tore open the night and shot toward Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao, who was being entangled. At the same time, The Imperial teacher bit the tip of his tongue with a pale face. He used his life force to cough out a mouthful of blood. After the blood appeared, it condensed into a blood person. This blood person let out a roar and charged at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao with a ferocious expression. Wang Lin and the Imperial teacher attacked at the same time. They used extremely powerful spells to attack Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Zun himself was not strong, but the golden light inside his body was invincible. It could replace all spells and treasures, and it was enough to force anyone to not dare to get close. Like a source of fire, if a moth pounced on it, or if it pounced on a moth, it would definitely be burned. However, just as the blood person and Wang Lin's Sunder Knight closed in on Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who had almost fused with the darkness, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao let out a roar at the sky. The pain on his face reached a peak, and most of his flesh and blood had already decayed. His body trembled and suddenly collapsed. This collapse was a kind of separation of flesh and blood. This was the impact of most of Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's flesh and blood exploding in all directions. The blood person was the first to bear the brunt. As Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's body trembled violently, his flesh and blood fell down. Popping sounds echoed across the world, and the blood person let out a miserable scream. A large amount of Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's flesh and blood pierced through his body. Before the flesh and blood could even get close, it disappeared like smoke. This flesh and blood contained the power of the celestial ancestor, and it was comparable to all spells. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Under the power of Sundered Night, a large amount of the flesh and blood dissipated, but there were still some that penetrated the light and closed in on Wang Lin. As he dodged, 3 pieces landed on his body. They were his chest, right leg, and left arm. Intense pain came, and these 3 places released a golden light, as if they were going to burn Wang Lin's body. He awakened early and didn't absorb enough celestial ancestor bloodline, which is why such a change occurred. Once all his flesh and blood falls off, his bones will collapse. If he can last until his bones collapse, the golden light will reform his body. At that time, he will have completed the awakening to the ancestral body. Wang Lin, let's not hold back and use all our spells. Before he completes the awakening to the ancestral body, or before he can't bear it anymore and dies, we must subdue him. Only then will I be able to transfer the celestial ancestors' inheritance to you. The Imperial teacher's words were filled with weakness and anxiety. His body flickered and he raised his hands. Rays of light continued to appear from his palms. He bit the tip of his tongue once more and let out a roar. His body withered as if he was about to die, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. After turning into a blood person, all the light figures entered this blood person, causing it to give off a powerful pressure. It opened its blood eyes. There was no ferocity in them, only calmness as it charged at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The Imperial teacher's body trembled, and he gasped for breath. His face was extremely pale, and the aura of death shrouded his body. Seeing the Imperial teacher like this, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and activated the heavenly bull soul armor to its peak. His hair moved without any wind, and his ancient Dao power fused with his cultivation. He stepped forward and threw a punch at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This punch was Wang Lin's peak attack. 99 shadows appeared and fused together to form a heavenly bull true body that smashed toward Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's body trembled. His body was like a skeleton with a bit of flesh and blood remaining. However, at this moment, the flesh and blood exploded once more. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's body had completely turned into bones. His bones were completely black, but there was a fist-sized ball of golden light inside his body that gave off endless golden light. This was the inheritance he had obtained from the celestial ancestor. The flesh and blood power was pushed back, but it couldn't stop the blood person formed by the Imperial teacher, or the heavenly bull formed by Wang Lin's spell. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and it looked like Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was about to be unable to withstand it. However, just at this moment, a roar from the soul of the inheritor came from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's skeleton. I won't accept this. As this divine sense spread out, 2 balls of golden fire burned in the holes in Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's head. However, in an instant, the fire showed signs of extinguishing. Cracks appeared on his bones. In the blink of an eye, his bones shattered. The moment all the bones in his body collapsed, an indescribable impact spread out from his location. This force was so powerful that it made Wang Lin feel a strong sense of life and death crisis. Not far away, the imperial teacher's dim eyes shined brightly. There was an unconcealable sense of excitement in his eyes. He used the last of his life, and his body collapsed just like he had promised. At the same time, a ray of ghostly light flew out toward Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Chapter 1989. This impact that contained the power of the celestial ancestor gave Wang Lin a life and death crisis. He couldn't dodge, and it was difficult to resist, but Wang Lin's eyes were filled with decisiveness. At this critical moment, he didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and let out a roar. Heavenly Bull's soul armor collapse. The Heavenly Bull's soul armor that had accompanied Wang Lin for many years suddenly collapsed at this moment. The shockwave spread out and turned into a whirlwind that surrounded Wang Lin, forming a giant Heavenly Bull body. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the power from the collapse of the Heavenly Bull soul armor collided with the shockwave from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's bones. A heaven-shaking sound echoed and shrouded the world. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated. The giant Heavenly Bull around him showed signs of dissipating, but it still existed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared ahead. He saw a fist-sized ball of golden light where Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's body dissipated. This ball of light gave off a bright light, and the outline of a figure was rapidly condensing. Although this figure was blurry, it gave off a shocking pressure. It was Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who was about to reform his body. When all his flesh and blood fall off, his bones will collapse. If he can last until his bones collapse, then the golden light will reform his body. At that time, he will have completed the atavism body. The imperial teacher's words appeared in Wang Lin's mind. His pupils shrank, and he was about to attack. But at this moment, the imperial teacher's ancient voice echoed in his mind. Wang Lin, the old man will use the last of his life to cast the inheritance for you. I can sacrifice myself as long as you obtain the celestial ancestor's inheritance and release the seal on my clan members. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has persisted until now and has resisted most of the pain for your inheritance. This will allow you to succeed even more. After the imperial teacher's body shattered, the ghostly light rushed out. His calm voice turned into a divine sense message that filled Wang Lin's body. The ghostly light rapidly closed in and collided with the impact of Ming Dao's shattered bones. As a thunderous rumble echoed, the ghostly light pierced through the impact and closed in on the center of Ming Dao's body, right next to the outline of the floating golden ball of light. The ghostly light rapidly circled a few times before turning into black rings of light. In an instant, it had circled 7 times and it was still spinning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't listen to the imperial teacher's words. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The storm formed by the collapse of the Heavenly Bull soul armor quickly gathered in his fist. In an instant, the storm dissipated and the Heavenly Bull that was about to collapse gathered in Wang Lin's fist. Wang Lin threw a punch. This punch caused the Heavenly Bull soul armor on Wang Lin's body to shatter into pieces. However, this punch charged forward at an extremely fast speed. It instantly closed in on the ghostly light and the golden figure formed by the imperial teacher's destroyed body. No! A mournful divine sense message came from the ghostly light. Wang Lin's punch contained the last of the heavenly bull's power. It pierced through the 8 layers of ghostly light and collided with the golden light. In the Celestial Clan, you are not one of the people I can trust. Whether the Imperial teacher was telling the truth or not, Wang Lin didn't want to think about it. He only knew that the Imperial teacher had participated in the bloody battle on the street. If not for the slaughter avatar descending, he would have without a doubt died. In his heart, he had a faint guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or false. But if it was true, then everything before him was a lie. The moment the last of the heavenly bull's power collided with the golden light, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. The golden light trembled violently and collapsed. During this process, the figure was at its weakest and most critical moment. It could not withstand too much power, and the moment it collapsed, the figure dissipated. However, the golden ball of light was not damaged at all. It turned into a golden ray of light and charged into the sky. The dim light that the Grand Preceptor had turned into before his death did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed at this moment and once again transformed into the Grand Preceptor's appearance. His expression was one of anger and pain. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the ground. "Celestial Ancestor, it is my clan that has found your head." The moment the ghostly light formed by the Imperial teacher pointed at the ground, the mountain that looked like the Celestial Ancestor's head trembled violently, and large amounts of rubble fell off. In a flash, the entire mountain exploded before Wang Lin's dumbfounded eyes. As the mountain exploded, golden light rushed out from the mountain. As the mountain collapsed, Wang Lin saw something inside. The moment he saw it, Wang Lin's breathing seemed to stop. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. The thing inside the mountain was a head with 7 orifices and a pair of eyes closed. It was a 30-meter-long head with a head of black hair. As soon as the head appeared, an aura that could shake the heavens and earth spread into the surroundings. Under this pressure, Wang Lin felt like his body was being suppressed and his soul was going to dissipate. Although the head was bleeding from its orifices, its appearance was very clear. Wang Lin had seen this person before. When he was absorbing the earth fire vein in the Heavenly Bull continent, he saw this person sealing the Heavenly Bull. In the Empyrean trial, he had seen this person's avatar. In the Imperial Palace, he had seen this person's statue. In these hundreds of years, he had heard this person's name again and again. He had even heard this person's true name in the Donglin sect. He was the ancestor of the Celestial Emperor, the ancestor of the entire Celestial Clan. He was the legendary strongest person in the Celestial Clan. He had once sealed and suppressed 72 foreign spirits that formed the current 72 continents of the Celestial Clan. He had also created the Empyrean trial and left behind this trial for future generations. He was the Celestial Ancestor, Lien Yunjue. The Celestial Ancestor's head, Lien Yunjue's head. This head was currently inside the collapsed mountain and was slowly rising into the air. The wound on his neck was irregular, as if someone had forcibly torn it from his body. The blood that flowed out of his orifices was golden, but because too much time had passed, there was a hint of purple in the blood. His face was pale, but there was no pain. It was as if he was sleeping. The moment he saw the head, Wang Lin's mind trembled as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded at the same time. He was completely startled. Wang Lin had speculated many times about the Celestial Ancestor. Even within the Celestial Clan, there were countless versions of the Celestial Ancestor's disappearance. Wang Lin had thought that the Celestial Ancestor had left the immortal astral continent. He had also thought that the Celestial Ancestor was in closed-door cultivation somewhere. He had even thought that the Celestial Ancestor was dead. However, now that he had personally seen the Celestial Ancestor's head, the shock and horror he felt couldn't be reduced by any of his speculations. Who killed the Celestial Ancestor? Wang Lin was shocked. Everything he had seen today seemed to have opened a door from countless years ago. What exactly had happened in the Celestial Clan countless years ago. The celestial ancestor had died. Then what about the celestial ancestor? All of these thoughts echoed in Wang Lin's mind. After the imperial teacher summoned the celestial ancestor's head, he let out a roar and closed his eyes. His left hand covered his left eye, and then his right eye suddenly opened. The celestial ancestor's head seemed to be affected by the roar. The moment the imperial teacher opened his right eye, the celestial ancestor's head also opened its right eye. His right eye was completely empty and had no color. At the instant he opened his right eye, the ball of golden light that was the size of a fist swiftly rising into the sky came to an abrupt halt, then changed its direction to charge towards the immortal's head. In an instant, it disappeared into the head's right eye. Shortly after, the imperial teacher revealed an angry expression and raised his right hand to point at Wang Lin. Complicated words that Wang Lin couldn't understand echoed from his mouth like a chant. Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale. He didn't hesitate to retreat, but the moment the imperial teacher pointed at him, a monstrous, golden light came from the celestial ancestor's right eye. Wang Lin immediately felt a powerful suction force envelop his body. He was forced to retreat and was sucked into the celestial ancestor's right eye. The moment he was sucked into the celestial ancestor's right eye, the imperial teacher's figure turned back into a ghostly light. He was surrounded by 9 ghostly rings and charged into the celestial ancestor's right eye with Wang Lin. You didn't listen to the old man's advice and interfered with the old man's plan. What should have been a 90% chance of success was reduced to only a 30% chance of success. You deserve to die. The old man originally planned to let you obtain the celestial ancestor's inheritance. Although he was going to use the power of the celestial ancestor to suppress your mind and let the old man occupy your mind, after completing all the plans, he was going to give you a chance to live. He was going to let you pledge your loyalty and offer your soul to become my clan's guardian. But now the old man has changed his mind. All of this was caused by you. No wonder the old man didn't keep his promise. The old man has waited for too many years, unable to leave this place, and unable to find a suitable person to possess. However, your appearance gave me a chance. Your body is too suitable for the old man. The old man will let you succeed in obtaining the inheritance. You have the cultivation level of the celestial ancestor, which is the same as me having the same cultivation level. Chapter 1990. The Forbidden Palace of the Ancestral City. There was a giant hole in the sky that emitted a faint light. There were 8 mountains below, and there was a 100-foot-tall head floating there motionlessly. However, his right eye was open. It wasn't dead, but there was a trace of spirit inside. However, it was still cloudy. This spirit was like a vortex that rapidly rotated inside the right eye of the celestial ancestor. As it rotated, a vague shadow could be seen inside. This shadow was Wang Lin. The celestial ancestor's right eye was like a different world. Wang Lin's eyes were closed as he floated inside this dark world. This place was empty and filled with a death aura. Wang Lin's body and hair were rapidly changing. Sometimes his hair was white, sometimes it was black. He didn't seem to notice these changes at all. His eyes were closed, and he didn't move at all. There was a faint, golden light coming out of his body, as if it could penetrate his skin. This golden light was a bit dim, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Inside the golden light, Wang Lin's expression was calm, as if he was sleeping and didn't feel anything. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light on Wang Lin's body slowly became brighter and brighter. It spread outward like a storm inside his body. There was a battle of inheritance, possession, suppression, and rebellion. Wang Lin's appearance was normal, but there was a ball of golden light inside his body. This ball of golden light contained the power of the celestial ancestor. It was this ball of golden light that was spreading through Wang Lin's body. This caused all of Wang Lin's flesh and bones to become suitable for this golden light. This golden light was extremely domineering and contained an aura that could control all life. This aura was enough to make people go crazy. This aura was enough to show that even if the imperial teacher didn't possess this body, Wang Lin would still become a madman without any self-awareness if he tried to inherit this inheritance. The domineering and crazy golden light destroyed all of Wang Lin's will to resist. After it completely occupied his arms, it shrouded Wang Lin's body. However, there was a spot on Wang Lin's body that no matter how much the golden light invaded, it couldn't change. This spot was where Wang Lin's ancient ancestor's soul blood was. The ancient ancestor's soul blood was on the same level as the celestial ancestor's inheritance, so the golden light couldn't do anything to it. However, there wasn't much of the soul blood, so it was difficult to resist. The two of them slowly stopped attacking each other. Once the golden light occupies his entire body, it can suppress his soul and cause it to collapse. Then this old man will take his place. Inside Wang Lin's body, Guozhou's divine sense echoed in the core of the golden light. His body had already died, and what was left inside Wang Lin's body was only a strand of divine sense. He knew that it would not be easy to possess Wang Lin, so he had been luring him. In truth, his goal was to use the domineering power of the celestial ancestor's inheritance to erase Wang Li's struggle. This would allow this body to have the power of the celestial ancestor's cultivation without any resistance, allowing him to possess it without any danger. When the golden light occupied all of Wang Lin's body except for the soul blood and his head, the golden light from Wang Lin's body was dazzling and the celestial ancestor's head was faintly visible. If one looked from the outside, they would see the celestial ancestor's right eye emitting a faint golden light. As the golden light spread out, the celestial ancestor's head seemed to gain a trace of life. This Wang Lin's body is very strange. He has the aura of the ancient ancestor. This aura can't be erased, but I can seal it so it won't interfere with my plan. With the imperial teacher's divine sense, the golden light inside Wang Lin's body immediately gathered at the location of the soul blood. Although it didn't cause the soul blood to dissipate, it didn't stop the imperial teacher from possessing it. The body has been occupied. Next is the head. Once the head is occupied, the soul will be suppressed. The imperial teacher felt the golden light inside Wang Lin's body. After the golden light covered the phosphorus blood, it turned into waves of golden light that moved along Wang Lin's neck and toward his head. Wang Lin's body trembled and golden light immediately spread out from his 7 orifices. The golden light spread out from Wang Lin's head with its unique domineering power. It instantly broke through the protection of Wang Lin's head and completely occupied his head and body. The moment Wang Lin's body was completely occupied, the golden light of the phoenix shined brightly, causing the right eye of the celestial ancestor's head to shine brightly. Suppress the soul. The imperial teacher's divine sense immediately appeared. Using the golden light from the celestial ancestor's inheritance to cover Wang Lin's body, he spread out his divine sense to search for Wang Lin's soul. A moment later, he vaguely felt the fluctuations of the soul inside Wang Lin's body. He felt the fluctuations of the soul and was filled with excitement. He didn't hesitate to charge forward. Everything that exists can become nothingness because of its existence. Soul, turn into nothingness. The moment the imperial teacher's divine sense echoed, Wang Lin's soul disappeared like smoke and no longer existed. It's so weak that it didn't even retain its memories. It must be because the golden light from the celestial ancestor's inheritance is too domineering and Wang Lin's soul was weakened to the limit, so it dissipated. Without a soul, this body was like a dead person. However, at this moment, the imperial teacher's divine sense spread out and controlled Wang Lin's body. The moment he took control of Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin, who was giving off endless, golden light, suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light in his eyes became even more dazzling and a monstrous torrent shot out. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's consciousness was no longer his own. It belonged to the imperial teacher. Success. This Wang Lin is very cunning and always suspected the old man. He didn't cooperate at all, but now, even with the power of the celestial ancestors' inheritance, his body is still being possessed by the old man. This body is very powerful. It can refine even more Joss flames. After possessing Wang Lin's body, the imperial teacher opened his eyes. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes, and he suddenly clenched his fists. Unfortunately, the inheritance I obtained is not complete, but this is only the first step of the plan. Next is the second step. Once this is complete, my clan members will be able to escape the celestial ancestors' imprisonment and regain their rich bodies. I've been waiting for this day for a long, long time. There's nothing in this world that's more valuable than freedom. For my clan members, even if my body and soul are destroyed, I am willing. The eyes of the imperial teacher who had possessed Wang Lin's body were filled with both excitement and melancholy. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. The fate of his clan members was destined from the moment they were born. Wang Lin, don't blame me. The imperial teacher sighed, but then his eyes shined with determination. Inside the celestial ancestor's right eye, he didn't choose to leave. Instead, he formed a seal with his hands, causing the golden light coming off of his body to undergo a shocking change. The golden light around his body increased by 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. It spread out like wildfire, causing the celestial ancestors' cultivation inside Wang Lin to explode outward. As the golden light exploded out, Wang Lin's body was like a sun, shining with monstrous light that illuminated the entire world of the right eye. His surroundings were no longer dark. This extreme light came from the head of the celestial head floating in the forbidden palace. The right eye of the celestial head spilled out and enveloped the forbidden official in the golden light. At this moment, the right eye of the head was filled with monstrous light. It was a shocking sight, as if it had come back to life. Left eye. The imperial teacher, who was occupying the right side of the celestial ancestor, immediately formed a seal and let out a roar. Complex chants echoed. As the chants echoed, the left eye of the celestial ancestor's head suddenly opened. This left eye was cloudy and filled with a deathly stillness. It was completely different from the golden light and vitality in the right eye. The moment the celestial ancestor's left eye opened, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared and shot toward the hole in the sky. At the same time, there was a cracking sound. Outside the hole in the sky curtain, outside the collapsed blood pool, the madman who was chained up by the 9 iron chains on top of the altar sank at a visible speed. It was as if they were being sucked in by the suction force and wanted to rush to the place where the blood pool had collapsed. The cracking sound was the sound of the chains being pulled to the limit by the suction force. They were stretched taut and seemed to be unable to withstand it anymore. In truth, this suction force wasn't pulling the chains, but the madman. The madman pulled the chains toward the collapsed blood pool. When he was less than a few dozen feet away, the chains weren't long enough. Under the suction force, 3 of the chains that were difficult for Wang Lin to destroy shattered. The remaining 6 only lasted for an instant before they all crumbled and split apart. After all the chains were broken, the madman's body was sucked into the collapsed blood pool by the huge suction force. He appeared in the hole in the sky of the Forbidden Palace, turned into a golden beam of light, and headed straight for the left eye of the celestial ancestor. In an instant, the madman's body closed in and was sucked into the celestial ancestor's left eye, just like Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the madman's blurry figure appeared inside the celestial ancestor's left eye. His body gave off an even more dazzling, golden light that spread out from the left eye. As a result, the celestial ancestor's eyes opened, and the golden light filled the sky. It was as if he had truly come back to life. The celestial ancestor has spoken. Release the seal on the Dao Wang clan. In the celestial ancestor's right eye, Kuang Shi, who had occupied Wang Lin's body, let out an excited roar. However, he didn't notice that in a hidden location inside his body, Wang Lin's soul was coldly watching all of this. As the imperial teacher spoke, the eyes of the celestial ancestor's head shined with a golden light, and its tightly shut mouth slowly opened. An ancient voice could be heard. This voice belonged to the imperial preceptor. Release. Doubt. Death. The voice rumbled and slowly came out. Chapter 1991. So this is his plan? He said that he needed me to inherit the celestial ancestor's cultivation and become the second-generation celestial ancestor to release the seal on his entire clan. I didn't believe this at all, so when I was devoured by the right eye, I didn't resist. Instead, I fused my soul into the heaven-defying bead and used my fake soul to deceive it. I wanted to see what this person was planning. So this was his plan. As Wang Lin watched all of this, he felt a hint of admiration for the imperial teacher who had taken over his body. After inheriting some of the celestial ancestor's cultivation and adding the madman's body into the celestial ancestor's eyes, the celestial ancestor's head looked like it was alive and not dead. After all, this was the celestial ancestor's own power. Then I combined it with the right eye and used some unknown method to make the dead celestial ancestor's head open its mouth and say these words. In this way, the seal on the entire clan could be perfectly undone. After all, this sort of seal was a type of restriction that was acknowledged by the laws. Thus, undoing it was actually deceiving the laws. After all, law is like a dead object and need to follow the rules. With the imperial teacher's actions, he might actually succeed. Wang Lin had never thought of this kind of strange method to release the seal. Now that he had personally witnessed it, he couldn't help but admire this person's ingenious idea. But is this person really the imperial teacher? As Wang Lin pondered, the celestial ancestor's head was about to finish speaking. The celestial ancestor's eyes were golden and lifelike. The words coming out of his mouth were the imperial teacher's. However, just as the last word was about to come out, a shocking change occurred. A laugh came from the hole in the sky. At the same time, a drop of golden blood flew out from the sky. Just as the celestial ancestor's head was about to finish speaking, the drop of golden blood landed between the eyebrows of the celestial ancestor's head. As the blood fell, the celestial ancestor's head trembled. The golden blood rapidly spread and instantly covered the entire head of the celestial ancestor. His mouth was covered by the golden blood, and the last word was forced back into his mouth. The imperial teacher, who had occupied Wang Lin's body, let out a furious roar and charged out of the celestial ancestor's right eye. However, he was blocked by the golden blood and couldn't leave. At this moment, the celestial ancestor's head's appearance had changed greatly. It was completely golden, as if it had been cast from liquid gold. Lian Daojin, the imperial preceptor, roared. The celestial emperor's laughter echoed in the sky. The celestial emperor stepped out from a hole in the sky and landed directly on the celestial ancestor's head. At the same time, Grand Empyrean Gemini also rushed out from the hole. The two little girls' faces were a bit pale, but their expressions were extremely serious. After they appeared, their gazes locked onto the celestial ancestor's golden head, and their pupils shrank. Imperial teacher, what a deep scheme. You know that Dao Fei is a body I have been preparing for a long time to return to the ancestral path. That's why I use Dao Fei's body as the main body. You also know that Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is only a substitute for Dao Fei's inheritance. In your view, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's existence is to offset the difficulty of obtaining the inheritance. Because Ming Dao's Dao is extremely arrogant, you thought I listened to you and lured Wang Lin here to make Ming Dao go crazy and endure longer. The longer he persists, the greater Dao Fei's chance of success. You wanted me to lure Wang Lin here so I could make you happy. Did you really think you could hide your plan from me? The celestial emperor smiled, but there was a sense of pride in his eyes. His eyes were filled with wisdom, as if nothing in the world could escape his eyes. Back then, you wanted me to kill Wang Lin. Did you really think you knew my personality? The more you wanted me to kill, the more I doubted you, the more I wouldn't kill you. Did you think I didn't know that Wang Lin was the person you wanted to possess? However, I didn't kill him and instead prepared for you. The Celestial Emperor smiled as he looked down at the Celestial Ancestor's head. His eyes were filled with confidence. This was the confidence he revealed when he had everything in his hands. Because I can control everything, I slowly lured Wang Lin to the ancestral city, to the palace, step by step, according to your plan. I want to see how ridiculous you, the imperial teacher, are. You wanted to transfer Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's inheritance to Wang Lin's body. You wanted to possess Wang Lin's body and control him to go here to become the right eye of the Celestial Ancestor's head. You also calculated that Wang Lin would seek Grand Empyrean Gemini's help to save Dao Fei. You could use this opportunity to trap Dao Fei in the earth and use the Celestial Ancestor's head to turn Dao Fei's left eye into your left eye. Then you used your special spell to make the Celestial Ancestor open his mouth to release your clan's seal. Do you really think I didn't know all of this? The Celestial Emperor laughed. In the sky, Grand Empyrean Gemini had a serious expression. She didn't act recklessly, but stared at the Celestial Ancestor's head. A rare trace of dread appeared in the hearts of the two little girls. Not just a little, but deep dread. Inside the right eye of the Celestial Ancestor's head, the imperial teacher who had occupied Wang Lin's body was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He hadn't divined that the Celestial Emperor knew all of this. However, inside his body, Wang Lin, who was hiding next to the heaven-defying bead, was completely calm. If he wanted to, he could take over the body at any time, but he didn't do so. Things won't be this simple. This person looks like the imperial teacher, but is he really the imperial teacher? If he isn't, then what happens in the end will be very interesting. Wang Lin's soul continued to hide, and he didn't act recklessly. He wanted to continue watching. The Celestial Emperor smiled proudly above the Celestial Ancestor's head. Imperial teacher, I've seen through all of your plans, but how much of my plan have you seen through? Do you really think I want Dao Fei to inherit the Celestial Ancestor's power? Do you really think I let Wang Lin come to the underground palace just to provoke Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and make him last a bit longer? I'll tell you today that you're wrong. All of your guesses are completely wrong. No one in the world can see through my plan. You can't, Wang Lin can't, no Grand Empyrean can. My plan is the Celestial Ancestor's head. This head has been dead for many years and can't be resurrected. It can only stay here and turn into a mountain to suppress the 72 spirits of the Celestial Clan. However, it is the strongest object in the Celestial Clan and the strongest treasure. It can also allow me to completely inherit the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation without any danger. It is an inheritance, not an inheritance. However, the Celestial Ancestor is dead. He was torn apart by someone, and no one knows who killed him. Even now, I only found a head, a dead head. I thought for a long time and still couldn't find a way to awaken the head. However, I saw hope in you. You really didn't disappoint me. I only gave you a reminder back then, and you followed my hint to find a way to make the Celestial Ancestor's head speak. Very good, you very good. As the Celestial Emperor laughed, he raised his right foot and stomped down on the Celestial Ancestor's head. The Celestial Ancestor's head shined brightly and surrounded the Celestial Emperor. With this Emperor is the most powerful Empyrean Exalt. Gemini, do you dare to fight this Emperor again? The Celestial Emperor raised his head and revealed a powerful sense of confidence. He charged toward Gemini, along with the Celestial Ancestor's head. Grand Empyrean Gemini. The two little girls clenched their teeth, and a purple sun appeared behind them. The sun gave off a purple glow that formed two purple swords that shot toward the Celestial Emperor. As they closed in, the two purple swords fused into one ray of sword energy. However, just as they closed in, the Celestial Emperor waved his right hand at the sky. The Celestial Ancestor's eyes shined brightly, as if they had become corporeal. They looked directly at the purple sword energy formed by Grand Empyrean Gemini. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The moment the purple sword energy collided with the golden light from the celestial ancestor's eyes. It collapsed into countless fragments. Ripples echoed, and Grand Empyrean Gemini continued to retreat. The celestial emperor smiled, and the eyes of the celestial ancestor's head shined brightly. His right hand reached at the void, and a golden bird appeared in his hand. The bird flapped its wings and flew toward Grand Empyrean Gemini. As Grand Empyrean Gemini retreated, the two little girls looked at each other with serious expressions. Without hesitation, they flew up and fused with the purple sun. Their bodies were like smoke as they fused together to form an extremely beautiful woman in her 20s. This woman was wearing purple, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She only raised her jade-like hand, and the world turned purple. Hand over Wang Lin, and I'll immediately leave. I won't care about this matter, or else. Purple Lin, Ancestral City. The Forbidden Palace was filled with purple light, and the palace above it was also filled with purple light. Even the sky outside the Imperial Palace and over the immortal astral continent turned purple. This purple light shrouded every inch of the land, every house, and the entire Ancestral City. At the same time, in the sky above the Ancestral City of the immortal astral continent, a giant, purple meteor half the size of the Ancestral City appeared. It slowly descended and gave off a shocking pressure. The Ancestral City rumbled, and large amounts of cracks appeared on the ground. Countless cultivators fled in terror. The Celestial Emperor's eyes narrowed as he stared at Grand Empyrean Gemini. The Celestial Ancestor's head shined brightly, as if it was resisting the purple light. This golden light contained the power of the Celestial Ancestor, and the purple light struggled to retreat. If the Celestial Ancestor's head hadn't opened its eyes, I wouldn't have been able to control it. I might have compromised with your strongest art, Gemini. But now, a mere purple Lin faith art isn't enough. The Celestial Emperor's expression once again revealed great confidence. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly reverberated in the Forbidden Palace. Then, adding the old man, is it enough? As the voice echoed, Grand Empyrean Jiuti walked out from the hole in the sky. Behind him, Empyrean Exalt High Z followed with a pale expression, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1992. Grand Empyrean Jiudi's sudden appearance didn't surprise the Celestial Emperor at all. His eyes lit up, and he was filled with confidence. He stood on the Celestial Ancestor's head and looked up at Jiudi. Jiuti, you really came. The Celestial Emperor smiled. Grand Empyrean Jiuti had a serious expression as he stared at the Celestial Emperor. His gaze fell on the Celestial Ancestor's head, and there was a complicated expression in his eyes. Celestial Ancestor's head. The old man followed the Celestial Ancestor for countless years. Lien Daojin, the old man has experienced several generations of Celestial Emperors. You could be considered a great strategist in this generation. You use the Imperial Teacher's desire to gain control of the Celestial Ancestor's head. If you had enough time, you could have completely absorbed the Celestial Ancestor's head and fused it into your body. Then you could have indeed become the #1 Grand Empyrean in the Celestial Clan. However, right now you don't have that chance. Jiudi's voice was ancient, and he took a step toward the Celestial Emperor. The moment his step landed, the woman formed by Grand Empyrean Gemini also walked toward the Celestial Emperor. Her eyes lit up, and she was covered in purple. 3 Grand Empyreans began a battle inside the Forbidden Palace. Facing Gemini and Jiuti, the Celestial Emperor was still confident. He raised his right hand and waved it toward the Celestial Ancestor's head. 8 Extreme Dao, Extreme Fire Dao. With this, the Celestial Emperor's body shined brightly, and the Celestial Ancestor's head also shined brightly. The purple in the sky was dispelled, and the Celestial Ancestor's head opened its mouth and let out the Celestial Emperor's voice. 8 Extreme Dao, Celestial, Fire, Dao. Although his words were intermittent, they were complete. The moment he spoke, 9 strands of green smoke appeared and circled the celestial ancestor's head and the celestial emperor 9 times before flying toward Gemini and Jyoti. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the restriction. Wang Lin was hiding inside the imperial teacher's body. Through the celestial ancestor's right eye, Wang Lin clearly saw what was happening outside while the imperial teacher was too shocked to notice. Wang Lin didn't act rashly against this sudden change. He was still waiting. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. The appearance of Jyoti might cause a new change. Before Wang Lin could figure out, he had a serious expression. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Grand Empyrean Gemini's face turned pale. Purple light surrounded her body, and she retreated a few steps. Grand Empyrean Jyoti also retreated with serious expressions. What the two of them faced just now was not the Celestial Emperor, but the Celestial Ancestor. This was the divine ability of the Celestial Ancestor. Thus, even the combined attack of the two of them was forced back. It's not the complete power of the immortal ancestor, only about 10%. Jyoti's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke. As he spoke, popping sounds came from his body. His old face changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he turned from an ancient old man into a middle-aged man. His appearance was extremely valiant, and he exuded the domineering aura of an emperor. Grand Empyrean Jyoti maintained his old appearance all year round. Only when his cultivation was greatly activated would his appearance change like this. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen you like this, Jyoti. Even so, you're still no match for me. The Celestial Emperor smiled and sat cross-legged on the Celestial Ancestor's head. He spread out his hands and placed them on the top of the head. With my blood, I summon the ancestral spirit. The Celestial Emperor bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment he coughed out blood, the Celestial Ancestor's head trembled and a monstrous amount of golden light gathered around the Celestial Emperor's body. A gigantic golden shadow appeared in the Forbidden Palace. This golden shadow was wearing a royal robe, and it was the Celestial Ancestor. His head was real, and his body was illusory. At this moment, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he reached out with his right hand. A huge golden sword appeared and was grasped by the Celestial Ancestor's shadow. Celestial Extreme Sword. The moment the sword appeared, Wang Lin felt a deep call from within his right eye. Back then, the Celestial Ancestor destroyed many foreign spirits with one sword. Only those who are qualified can seal the way continent. Now the two of you have offended the might of the Celestial Ancestor, so I'll cut you down with this sword. Why aren't you backing down? The Celestial Emperor's voice echoed across the world. He raised the golden sword and mercilessly chopped down on the 9 emperors and Gemini. It was silent, but at this moment, the world changed colors. It was as if the space around the Forbidden Palace was going to collapse and be cut in half. When the sword fell, Grand Empyrean Jyoti's expression changed. His hands formed a seal, and a white sun appeared around him. The sun and the purple sun reflected each other, and a white wolf appeared from the white sun. It howled at the golden sword. At the same time, Grand Empyrean Gemini's hands formed a seal, and a monstrous purple aura formed purple bamboo. The purple bamboo instantly grew and shrouded the world, forming a bamboo forest. The bamboo moved as if 10,000 swords were flying at the same time. The bamboo rose from the ground and shot toward the golden sword in the sky. Dao, Yi Wufeng, if the two of you don't move now, what are you waiting for? Jyoti let out a roar. The moment the white wolf rushed out, there was a huge change on the left and right sides of the Celestial Emperor. The world on the left was motionless, and everything was still. Grand Empyrean Dao, he stepped out with a serious expression and pointed at the Celestial Emperor. This point looked ordinary, but it represented Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's Dao. His Dao was to fuse everything into one, and this point contained the peak of his power. On the right side of the Celestial Emperor, the sky changed colors and thunderous rumbles echoed. The bald Grand Empyrean Wu Feng stepped out. The moment he stepped out, he didn't hesitate to throw a punch at the Celestial Emperor. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng was someone who had passed the 19th palace of the Empyrean trial. He pursued the martial Dao the most, and this punch contained his full strength. It also contained his comprehension of the heavens and the peak of his belief. For Grand Empyrean Exalt had attacked at the same time. Wang Lin clearly saw all of this from the celestial ancestor's right eye, and his soul trembled. He didn't expect there to be such a change in this trip to the underground palace. Even Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng had appeared. The moment the two of them appeared, Wang Lin understood that the change in the underground palace was like a chess game. He was only a chess piece, and even these Grand Empyreans were chess pieces. One side was the Celestial Emperor, but he didn't know who the other side was. The golden sword descended and collided with Gemini, Jiu Ti, Dao Yi, and Wu Feng. A thunderous rumble echoed as Dao Yi's body trembled and he was knocked back. Wu Feng's face turned pale and popping sounds came from his body as he was knocked back. Gemini and Jiu Ti had higher cultivation levels than Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng, but they were still pushed back by this golden sword. However, although the four of them were pushed back, their combined attack was not weak. Aside from the most powerful Empyrean of the ancient clan, no other Grand Empyrean could resist the combined attack of the four of them. Not to mention, this golden sword was only an illusion and only contained 10% of the celestial ancestor's power. The golden sword collapsed into fragments that flew past the celestial ancestor's shadow and landed on the ground. At the same time, the celestial ancestor's shadow dissipated, leaving only his real head floating in the air. The celestial emperor trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked up and stared at Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng. If the old man's appearance isn't enough, then with Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng, do you think it's enough? Jiu Ti looked at the celestial emperor and coldly said. The celestial emperor's expression was gloomy as he slowly said, "What do the four of you want me to do? Let go of Wang Lin. This lord will leave." Grand Empyrean Gemini's goal was very clear. She stared at the celestial emperor and calmly said, "The old man hopes that the celestial emperor will reseal the celestial ancestor's head. This head suppresses the 72 spirits of the celestial clan and is of great importance. It is not something the celestial emperor can have." Jiu Ti's gaze swept by the celestial ancestor's head. This lord's thoughts are the same as Jiu Ti's. Celestial emperor, maintaining the strength of us 5 Grand Empyreans is good. There is no need to redivide it. Dao Yi's expression was gloomy as he looked at the celestial ancestor's head. He felt dread in his heart. Wu Feng silently pondered a bit and then said, "This is what I think as well." The celestial emperor laughed loudly, and his laughter was incredibly cold. He raised his hands, and as Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng's expressions changed, he pressed his hands against his chest and coughed out a large mouthful of golden blood. The celestial ancestor's eyes shone with a monstrous golden light. He opened his mouth and golden light spread out. Even his ears, nose, and orifices shone with endless golden light. This golden light suddenly spread out and formed a golden wave. The expressions of Jiu Ti and company changed, and they involuntarily retreated. As they retreated, the celestial emperor revealed a ferocious expression. At this point, he would not easily compromise. He would rather use the power of the celestial ancestor's head to make it impossible for others to get close and absorb the power of the celestial ancestor's head by force. Once he succeeded, he would have no fear when facing 4 Grand Empyreans. As the golden light erupted, the celestial emperor's body bent and his hands pressed against the celestial ancestor's head. He inhaled, but there was no golden light. It was as if there was a restriction force around the celestial ancestor's head that prevented the celestial ancestor from fusing. This is the Dao Wang clan seal. This damn imperial teacher made the celestial ancestor speak, but he fused his soul with the celestial ancestor's head. This allowed the celestial ancestor's head to contain a trace of the Dao Wang clan seal. However, this seal isn't difficult for me. I'm the celestial emperor. Normally, I can't undo this seal, but now that I can control the celestial ancestor's head, I can. Even if I undo the Dao Wang clan seal and the imperial teacher is about to die, he won't be able to do anything. A thought flashed through the celestial emperor's mind. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think. Chapter 1993. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears. It was obvious the four Grand Empyreans outside were using their full power to break the golden light. Time was of the essence, and the Celestial Emperor knew he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't absorb the power of the celestial ancestor's head by force, then once the golden light dissipated, the four Grand Empyreans would arrive and all his efforts would be wasted. He would never allow this to happen. Now that he was at the last step, he was about to succeed, and he wasn't willing to fail. Not even the imperial teacher could see through my plan. Jiuti only came because he was in the ancestral city, but Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng arrived so quickly. The celestial emperor clenched his teeth and raised his right hand without hesitation. He pointed forward, and the moment his finger landed, his finger collapsed and turned into flesh and blood. With the flesh and blood of the celestial ancestors descendant, guide the law of the immortal astral continent to release the eternal seal of the Dao Wang clan. The celestial emperor let out a roar, and the remaining fingers of his right hand collapsed once more. This time, not only his fingers, but even his palm. The collapse was still spreading. By the time the celestial emperor finished speaking, half of his right arm had already been lost. Large amounts of golden blood spread and condensed into a golden blood rune before him. This rune burned on its own and turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The moment the golden rune burned, the imperial teacher inside the celestial ancestor's right eye that had occupied Wang Lin's body trembled. The seal that had bound his Dao Wang clan for generations disappeared. The moment the seal disappeared, tears flowed down from the imperial teacher's eyes. These were tears of excitement. This was his life's pursuit, and he had given everything for it. He wanted to release the seal so that his clan could escape the fate they had been destined to since birth. The moment the seal was released, the power of the celestial emperor rushed into the celestial ancestor's right eye and entered Wang Lin's body. This power easily erased all traces of the imperial teacher's existence and destroyed him. This was the immortal emperor's final killing move. He wouldn't let the imperial preceptor continue to exist after the seal was undone. The moment the seal was undone, the imperial preceptor would die. The moment the imperial tutor, who had occupied Wang Lin's body, died, a layer of memory that had been sealed for some time seemed to awaken in his mind. He vaguely recalled that the Dao Wang clan had been passed down until now. Almost all of their clansmen had been extinct, and a long time after they were born, including him, there were only 3 people left. He did not know who his parents were, and no one had told him. He only knew that he was a member of the Dao Wang race. Other than him, he also saw a woman and a baby girl. This pair of mother and daughter were like his family. He recalled that the woman was the former imperial preceptor, and that he wasn't the imperial preceptor. The real imperial preceptor was the baby girl. He didn't know who the baby girl's father was. He only remembered that the baby girl disappeared not long after she was born, and he was treated as the imperial preceptor by the woman to be taught the spells of his clan. Slowly, he grew up. His memories were sealed, and he still believed that he was the imperial preceptor. Gradually, when the woman also died, he was filled with benevolence. In his memories, there were many of his clan members, and they were all in slumber. They were not dead. His mission was to think of all possible methods to unseal the fate of his sleeping clan members. He always thought that he had a lot of clan members, but at this moment, when his memories awakened, he remembered that aside from the missing baby girl, he was the only one left in his clan. No wonder the Celestial Emperor dared to unlock the seal, because the Celestial Emperor knew that I was the only member of the Dao Wang race. As long as I died, even if the seal was unlocked, it would not matter. So I'm not the imperial preceptor. Then, am I a member of the Dao Wang race? I should be. Now that the seal has been unlocked, the missing baby girl, the real Imperial Preceptor, who is she now? This pitiful person who always thought he was the Imperial Preceptor and was willing to give up everything for his clan. He schemed against the Celestial Emperor until he failed and fell into despair. His final thoughts slowly dissipated as he died. Even until his death, he didn't know who the real Imperial Preceptor was. However, even at the moment of his death, he didn't feel any resentment. He knew that perhaps this was his mission. In order to protect the real Imperial Preceptor and unlock the seal on his clan, this was the mission he was destined to fulfill from the moment he was born. The moment this pitiful person died, the power from the Celestial Emperor swept through Wang Lin's body. After confirming that there were no more soul fluctuations in Wang Lin's body, the power swept through Wang Lin's body one more time before retreating. However, even the Celestial Emperor didn't notice the existence of the heaven-defying bead in Wang Lin's body, nor did he notice that the heaven-defying bead was shrouding Wang Lin's soul. After unlocking the seal on the Dao Wang race, the Celestial Emperor revealed an excited expression. He thought that everything was under his control. His powerful confidence hadn't dissipated, and he began to rapidly absorb the power of the Celestial Ancestor's head. Strands of golden smoke came out of the Celestial Ancestor's orifices and entered the Celestial Emperor's orifices, causing the Celestial Emperor's cultivation level to increase greatly. Excitement and thoughts filled the Celestial Emperor's body. He was surrounded by the golden light, so he didn't see that outside the golden light, Emperor Exalhaizi's body trembled violently when the Celestial Emperor released the seal on the Dao Wang race. Haizi's eyes revealed confusion and struggle. It was as if a memory was awakening in her mind. As the seal on the Dao Wang race dissipated, a power awakened in Haizi's body. This power came from the Dao Wang race. It belonged to the true Imperial Preceptor of the Celestial Clan. Her eyes gradually shined brightly. She subconsciously raised her right hand and pointed at the Celestial Ancestor's head that was emitting golden light. All existences exist because they exist, so they can be lost. This is death. All the dead because the living miss them, so they have thoughts from nothingness. This is mourning. The Dao Wang clan takes the thoughts of the living, takes the existence of the dead, takes the spiritual sustenance, takes the power of this life and the future, condenses Joss flames, and turns mourning into death. Let what exists continue to exist, and let the dead return to nothingness. Haizi murmured. The moment her finger landed, the golden light rapidly shrank and returned to the Celestial Ancestor's head. When the golden light dissipated, the Celestial Emperor that was hidden inside the golden light was revealed. There was also the Celestial Ancestor's head below the Celestial Emperor. There was a flash of golden light, and the head's eyes slowly closed. It was filled with death, aura once more, and lost the power to float in the air. It fell toward the ground. It also interrupted the absorption of the Celestial Ancestor's golden aura into the Celestial Emperor's body. The golden aura that had already entered the Celestial Emperor's body seemed to lose its support. It scattered from the Celestial Emperor's body and returned to the Celestial Ancestor's head. This sudden scene startled the Celestial Emperor. His eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. He looked up and saw Emperor Exalhaizi. This is impossible. The Imperial Preceptor is dead, completely dead. You're not the Imperial Preceptor. You're not from the Dao Wang clan. How can you have the Imperial Preceptor's power? The Celestial Emperor almost went crazy. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. He didn't dare to believe it and didn't want to believe it. You're definitely not from the Dao Wang clan. Under the Celestial Ancestor's seal, it's impossible for the Dao Wang clan to leave the palace, the ancestral city. You're the undying Imperial Preceptor. Who the hell are you? The Celestial Emperor's face was pale. He thought he had everything under control and that no one knew of his plan. He had great confidence in himself. Everything was going according to his plan. Aside from Dao Yi and Wu Feng's sudden appearance, which caused the Celestial Emperor's plan to be slightly delayed, everything else was normal. However, just as he was about to succeed and absorb the power from the celestial ancestor's head, he suddenly found that everything was not what he had expected. Everything he had done was within someone else's plan. I'm the Imperial Preceptor. Empyrean Exalt High Z had a complicated expression as she softly said, I'm the Imperial Preceptor. Her memories had awakened, including her mother's memories and the inheritance of the Imperial Preceptor. The one who died was the last member of my clan on the immortal astral continent beside me. High Z let out a sigh. What the hell is going on? This is impossible. If you're the Imperial Preceptor, how could you leave the ancestral city? GOT, tell me. The Celestial Emperor took a deep breath. As a Grand Empyrean, although he was close to going crazy, he forced himself to calm down. This plan was thought of by a genius of my clan. In order to achieve this, he didn't hesitate to make it seem like he was splitting up. In the end, he successfully left this place and created the Great Soul Sect. Although he died, he perfected this plan and passed it down. He also found the key person in this plan, and that person was Wang Lin, a cultivator from the cave world. Only his body could be possessed by my clan to perfectly carry out this plan. As for why I could leave the ancestral city, that is because my soul belongs to the Dao Wang clan, but my body belongs to the immortal astral continent. Haizi said softly. GOT silently pondered for a moment and then slowly said, Celestial Emperor, she is my daughter. The reason I can live until now, have endless lifespan, and even become a Grand Empyrean is all because of the help of the Dao Wang clan. The Dao Wang clan prepared this plan for a long time and only began executing it when they divined that Wang Lin would appear on the immortal astral continent. GOTI's expression was calm as he looked at the Celestial Emperor. Wang Lin was inside the Celestial Ancestor's head and also heard all of this. While everyone's attention was on Empyrean Exalt High Z and GOT, his soul came out from the heaven-defying bead, and he regained control of his body. So this is the truth. His eyes lit up and shined brightly. The monthly votes are in short supply. Fellow cultivators, help me out. Chapter 1994. This plan was thought up by the genius of the Dao Wang clan and continued for generations. He helped me become a Grand Empyrean and used this as a condition to ask me for help. When the previous Celestial Emperor died and you took the throne, the previous Imperial teacher found me. According to his ancestors' plan, he married me and gave birth to a baby girl. This baby girl's body belongs to the immortal astral continent, but her soul belongs to the Dao Wang clan. Originally, with the Celestial Ancestor's seal, it was impossible for this to happen. The seal was extremely powerful. However, the Celestial Ancestor has been dead for many years, so the power of the seal has weakened. In addition, the plan of the genius of the Dao Wang clan required the entire Dao Wang clan to sacrifice their souls and fuse them to resist the power of the seal. Since ancient times, the number of Dao Wang clan members has decreased because of this. Until this generation, there were only 2 people. Over the countless years, all the dead Dao Wang clan members used a special method to form a layer of protection inside Haizi's soul. The reason she was able to walk out of the ancestral city without dying is related to her body and the protection of the Dao Wang clan members. The entire Dao Wang clan spent countless years to complete this with Haizi. She is the only one who can do this. Jyoti calmly said as he looked at the Celestial Emperor and slowly explained the ins and outs. Because she is your daughter, so you can help her without any reservations. You can even become the Dao Wang clan's Holy Duke and obtain the Joss flames that only the Celestial Ancestor could obtain. The Dao Wang clan paid such a price to release the seal. The Celestial Emperor let out a sigh and had a complicated expression. Aside from Haizi, the last member of the Dao Wang clan was the Imperial teacher who just died. In truth, you didn't have to release the Dao Wang clan's seal, but the ancestor of the Dao Wang clan had already divined your desire to inherit the Celestial Ancestor's position. under the pressure of us, 4 Grand Empyreans. You wouldn't give up and would choose to fight. The key to this plan is the Dao Wang clan seal inside the celestial ancestor's head. That's why there must be someone who meets the conditions to be possessed and then be sucked into the celestial ancestor's head. Therefore, Wang Lin is extremely important. The celestial emperor silently pondered for a moment and bitterly looked at Jioti and Empyrean Exalt High Z behind him. So you're saying that if I didn't insist on breaking the seal and instead let the celestial ancestor's head return to the Forbidden Palace and give up the chance to inherit the celestial ancestor's cultivation, your plan would have been for nothing? No, the one who spoke wasn't Jioti, but High Z. Right now, High Z was completely different from before. There was a mysterious aura around her, and she looked at the celestial emperor calmly. If you really give up this chance to inherit the celestial ancestor's cultivation, then the ambush that my Dao Wang clan has prepared for generations will be activated. All the spirit temples in the 72 continents of the immortals listen to our orders. All the spirit temples are planning to awaken the sealed spirits of the various continents. With their awakening as the price, they will shake the suppression power of the celestial ancestor's head. At that time, only the celestial ancestor can suppress it. If you don't inherit it, then the celestial race will descend into chaos. And if you want to inherit it, you must break the seal on my clan. Haizi said softly, just like the green devil scorpion temple. The celestial emperor's pupil shrank. Haizi nodded. Dao, Yi Wu Feng, do the two of you also know about this? The celestial emperor's gaze swept past Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng. Dao, Yi frowned and slowly said, Grand Empyrean Jioti found me and told me about the Dao Wang clan's plan. However, Jiodi didn't say anything about Wang Lin. I only found out now that Wang Lin is the key to this plan. Dao Yi frowned and slowly said. Wu Feng silently pondered for a moment and nodded. The celestial emperor immediately smiled, but his smile was extremely bitter. His gaze swept past Grand Empyrean Gemini. What about you, Gemini? Do you also know about this plan? Grand Empyrean Gemini's original body, formed by the fusion of the two little girls, was calm, as if she had no interest in any of this. She looked at the celestial emperor. I don't know and I don't want to know. I only came here to take away Wang Lin. You, Jiodi, no matter who it is, if anyone tries to stop me today, they will be my enemy. Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Since the imperial teacher was able to use his power during the possession, it means he is already dead. I presume you all have been paying attention to everything that happened in the cave world. The celestial emperor's eyes narrowed. Jioti shook his head. The Dao Wang clan celestial ancestor only divined that someone would come out of the cave world within a vague period of time, but he couldn't divinate which cave world that person would be in. He couldn't accurately find that person and could only wait. The genius of the Dao Wang clan created the great soul sect in the Heavenly Bull continent. I presume he divined that Wang Lin would appear in the Heavenly Bull continent, so he used this as the first step of his plan to get in touch with Wang Lin. The celestial emperor was a very intelligent person, so he immediately pointed out the key. However, I don't know if the great soul sect's ancestor could have divined that Wang Lin would die in the Forbidden Palace after being used by you all. He would become a price for your Dao Wang clan to release the seal. Jioti, you used Wang Lin and used him to attract Grand Empyrean Gemini. Otherwise, with the three of you, you wouldn't have forced me to inherit the celestial ancestor's power by force. You also used Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, used Lien Dao Fei, used me, and used the 72 spirits of the celestial clan. I don't believe you only wanted the Dao Wang clan, even if she is your daughter. The celestial emperor raised his head, and his voice rumbled like thunder. There's also the two of you, Dao, Yi, Wu Feng. The two of you were able to come, and were persuaded by Jioti. He must have promised you great benefits, and that was all his plot. The reason you two told me the truth was to let me see the situation clearly. You two must have something you need me to cooperate with. Only you, Gemini, didn't get anything. You were only used by Jioti and the Dao Wang clan. Even at this point, The Celestial Emperor was still using words to fight for Gemini's help. Gemini silently pondered. Now that she had fused with her body, how could she not understand all of this? Celestial Emperor, we don't want to kill you. You only need to use the power of your bloodline to cut open the Celestial Ancestor's head. Then you will still be the Celestial Emperor, still be a Grand Empyrean. If you are unwilling, then don't blame us for killing you and extracting the power of your bloodline to complete this step. GOT spoke calmly without any killing intent, but his words were extremely cold. Gemini, the two eyeballs of the Celestial Ancestor were originally one. If you can obtain them and refine them into a magical treasure, you will be able to reverse the accident that happened during your reincarnation. You might even be able to improve your cultivation. You can also separate them at any time and fuse them at any time. You won't have to consume a fixed amount of purple sun power to maintain the fusion state. Wu Feng, the Celestial Ancestor's ears. The old man can clearly hear the sound of Tao and the trajectory of the law of the immortal astral continent. As promised by the old man, I'll give these ears to you. Use them to fuse with your Tao, and you can feel the peak of martial arts. Tao Yi, the Celestial Ancestor's skull, was born from the void. After countless years, it has condensed the essence of its power. As promised by the old man, I'll give this to you. You can borrow it to fuse your body and soul into one. What the old man wants is the Celestial Ancestor's brain. This thing is very useful to me. As for the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation, we will split it evenly. Jyoti's eyes shined as he looked at the Celestial Emperor. So you also know about the curse the Celestial Ancestor left behind before he died. The Celestial Emperor's expression was gloomy. The old man has been searching for clues about this for many years, and not long ago, he finally found something and confirmed that the ancient legend is true. If the Celestial Ancestor dies, there will be a curse on his body. Anyone who tries to destroy his body will die, unless a descendant uses the power of their bloodline to kill the ancestor and bears the power of the curse, severing their bloodline so that there will be no one left to inherit the Celestial Ancestor's bloodline. Only then can the curse be broken. Celestial Emperor, now you have no choice. You have withstood the power of the curse, so you won't die. Although the title of 8 Extreme will end in your generation, the Celestial Ancestor has been dead for many years, and his power has shrouded the Celestial Clan. Now it is time to change. And if you don't do this, you will without a doubt die. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about the ancient clan changing after your death, the old man wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to discuss this with you. You decide what to choose. GOT looked at the Celestial Emperor and his voice was cold. The Celestial Emperor silently pondered. On the earth, in the dim right eye of the Celestial Ancestor's head, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he withdrew his aura. He had heard everything that had happened outside. Although Wang Lin had guessed some of the many twists and turns in this trip to the Imperial Palace, he hadn't guessed everything. The Great Soul Sect's esteemed Green Bull said that 300 years later, I should go to the top tower of the Great Soul Sect. The ancestor that founded the Great Soul Sect left something for me there. The ancestor of the Great Soul Sect, the genius of the Dao Wang clan, used me to release the seal on the Dao Wang clan and left something for me. Wang Lin had a complicated expression. He appeared in the Heavenly Bull continent and founded the Great Soul Sect in order to wait for me. Perhaps in his plan, I should have died. But if he really divined that I would die in the palace, then why did he leave something in the top pavilion? And why did he say 300 years ago? You used me and schemed against me. Since you divined my arrival, you must have divined my character. How can I let this matter go? Wang Lin silently pondered and let out a sigh in his heart. He suddenly felt the outside world tremble and saw the Celestial Ancestor's head fly into the sky. It was the Celestial Emperor. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to have made a choice. He raised his right hand and reached at the void, sending the Celestial Ancestor's head into the air. Fellow cultivators, please get monthly votes. Chapter 1995. Wang Lin's expression was serious. He was hidden inside the celestial ancestor's head, so others couldn't know what was going on. However, once the head was cut open by the celestial emperor, his existence would be noticed by others. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he focused. He saw the celestial emperor's right hand grab the 100-foot celestial ancestor's head. As it floated before him, he suddenly looked up and revealed a decisive gaze. He raised his left hand, and his palm turned into a blade. His body shined brightly, and the veins on his face swelled. The blood in his body seemed to boil and fused with his left hand. He chopped down on the celestial ancestor's head. There was a thunderous bang, and a crack appeared on the celestial ancestor's head. Endless golden light came out from the crack. The celestial emperor's expression was filled with pain, and his body rapidly aged. At this moment, Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and Jiu Ti all looked over. Only Empyrean Exalhai Zi had a complicated expression as she looked at the head. It was unknown what she was thinking. However, just as the celestial emperor revealed a painful expression, Jiu Di let out a roar. His body flickered and he quickly closed in. Shortly after, Dao Yi and Wu Feng's expressions changed, and they also arrived. When the celestial emperor's right hand landed on the celestial ancestor's head, he used his bloodline power to cause cracks to appear on the celestial ancestor's head. At the same time, his palm slammed down. He didn't choose to compromise at all and didn't want to completely cut open the celestial ancestor's head. Instead, his palm slammed down and his bloodline power rushed into the celestial ancestor's bloodline. You all have underestimated my courage. What is there to fear about death? If I live, so what if I'm a Grand Empyrean? It's better to fight. The celestial emperor let out a roar. When Jiu Di and company arrived, the celestial ancestor's head absorbed their bloodline power and opened its eyes once more. It also opened its mouth, and dense, golden smoke came out of its orifices. As the golden smoke spread out, the celestial emperor pressed his hands on the head and opened his mouth to absorb the golden smoke like crazy. If the celestial emperor absorbed all of the golden smoke, he would be able to inherit the celestial ancestor's cultivation base. In fact, he would even be able to overcome the bloodline backlash from the celestial ancestor's curse before he died. His chop just now had not only caused cracks to appear on the celestial ancestor's head, it had also broken Imperial Teacher Haizi's spell. Although there were cracks on the head, the celestial emperor could still absorb them by force. In the distance, Imperial Teacher Haizi's face immediately turned pale and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. A sinister look appeared in Dao Yi's eyes. As he closed in, he lifted his right hand and formed a palm that descended on the celestial emperor. At the same time, Wu Feng attacked as well and blasted his fist forward. There was also Jiu Ti. As he closed in, a white wolf appeared around him and roared at the celestial emperor. Just as the spells from the three of them closed in, the celestial emperor suddenly raised his head. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes and even his orifices. As the blood flowed out, it rapidly changed color until it was bright red. This was a sign that the bloodline in his body was dissipating. His eyes, which were filled with blood, were filled with madness. Not good. Jiodi's expression changed, and he was about to stop, but it was too late. The celestial emperor wasn't absorbing the golden smoke at all. Everything that happened before looked real, but it was all fake. The smoke that was sucked into the celestial emperor's orifices had been pushed back and was coming out from his orifices. As he laughed like crazy, the celestial emperor's body rapidly expanded and then collapsed. He had chosen to self-destruct. This self-destruction was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Jiu Ti hadn't expected the celestial emperor to self-destruct when he hadn't been forced into a life or death situation. Although the self-destruction of a Grand Empyrean was only the explosion of the body, the power contained within was heaven-shaking. After self-destruction, even if he possessed someone else, he would no longer be a Grand Empyrean. The power of the self-destruction rumbled and spread through the Forbidden Palace. In an instant, the ground of the Forbidden Palace shattered and the sky collapsed. As this power spread, it rushed into the underground palace above and destroyed all the pillars and altars in the underground palace. As the underground palace disappeared, the space that overlapped with the palace in a different dimension formed a connection with the palace in the ancestral city. Because of that, the power of the collapse spread out and exploded in the square of the palace. The tiles on the ground of the imperial palace turned into dust that spread out in all directions. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a shockwave swept across the entire imperial palace. The imperial palace that had been indestructible for tens of thousands of years was destroyed like a giant palm sweeping by. The beautiful palaces and all the cultivators inside the imperial palace disappeared. The impact of this impact was heaven-shaking and shook the entire ancestral city. All the cultivators in the ancestral city were terrified. Just as this impact destroyed the imperial palace and closed in on the statue of the celestial ancestor, a dazzling, golden light erupted from the statue. This golden light collided with the impact and created a series of thunderous rumbles. This sound became more and more intense, and in the end, it seemed to have become the roar of the heavens and the earth as it reverberated throughout the central continent. In the destroyed Forbidden Palace, the source of this calamity, the center of the explosion of the celestial emperor's body and grand empyrean power, large amounts of flesh flew toward Dao, Yi, Wu Feng, and Jiu Ti. The celestial emperor's self-destruction could collapse the imperial palace, but to the three grand empyreans, it couldn't destroy them. When the three of them attacked at the same time, the power increased several-fold. However, it was precisely because they were attacking that the faces of the three of them instantly turned pale and terror appeared on their faces at the same time. This was because the power of their spells had fused with the celestial emperor's body, causing their auras to fuse with the celestial emperor's body. This was equivalent to the four of them attacking at the same time, and the one affected the most wasn't the three of them, but the celestial ancestor's head. The celestial ancestor's head shouldn't be this fragile. However, when the celestial emperor's palm landed, golden smoke came out from the orifices of the celestial ancestor's head, and cracks appeared on it. As a result, when the celestial emperor self-destructed and Jiu Ti and company attacked, the destructive force swept toward the celestial ancestor's head. This caused the cracks on the head to spread rapidly. As the cracks spread, it was as if the four of them had violated the celestial ancestor's curse. Dao Yi's cultivation was the weakest, so he let out a miserable scream. A large amount of black gas came out from his body, and his handsome face began to rot rapidly. There was also Wu Feng. He let out a muffled groan as his body was surrounded by black gas and began to wither and rot. Jiu Ti's cultivation was the highest, and with the power of the curse being shared by the four of them, he was able to resist the curse with his powerful cultivation. Strange runes appeared on his skin, and it was a shocking sight. There is also the celestial emperor. Only his body exploded, but his soul was still there. As his body exploded, the crack on the skull opened up. His soul rapidly dissipated and charged toward the crack. He wants to go to the left eye of the skull, where Lien Dao Fei is. I'm the celestial emperor, and I've been smart since I was young. How could I not have made preparations for this? Dao Fei is my preparation. I possessed his body and used it to share the power of the curse. In addition, he has also inherited some of the celestial ancestors' cultivation. I believe I can turn defeat into victory. The celestial emperor's soul seemed to be burning as he let out a crazy roar. As Jiu Ti and company resisted the curse, his soul charged toward the crack in the skull toward the left eye. However, just as his soul closed in on the left eye and was about to charge into the unconscious Lien Daofei's body, a shocking change occurred. There was a flash of golden light from the right eye of the celestial ancestor, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. He had waited for a long time, and he had waited for the most critical moment. He was like a hunter, and at this moment he began to hunt. Wang Lin hadn't touched the power of the celestial ancestor's curse at all. When he appeared, Dao, he let out a miserable scream. Wu Feng retreated, and Jiu was busy resisting the curse, and he charged into the celestial ancestor's left eye. In the distance, Gemini was filled with joy when she saw Wang Lin's figure. There was also Empyrean Exalt High Z. She was startled for a moment, and there was a flash of excitement in her eyes. Wang Lin appeared very quickly. The moment he entered the celestial ancestor's left eye, the moment the celestial emperor was surrounded by the curse and his burning soul was about to enter Lien Daofei's body, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to wave his right hand at the celestial emperor's soul. Although the celestial emperor was a grand Empyrean, his body had exploded and his soul was damaged. He was also surrounded by the curse, so he was extremely weak. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a scream that echoed in one's mind. You? You. The celestial emperor's scream was filled with endless fear. He had calculated everything. Even in the end, he would fight to the death like a hero. However, he never expected Wang Lin to still be alive. He wasn't the only one who didn't expect this. Jiu, Dao Yi, and Wu Feng also didn't expect Wang Lin to still be alive. With a wave of his sleeve, the celestial emperor's soul let out a miserable scream. He didn't retreat, but tried to rush into Lien Daofei's body. However, he didn't have a chance, and his soul was sucked in by Wang Lin. In the end, he was caught by Wang Lin and put into his storage space. The celestial emperor was so weak, and because of the curse, he was no longer a threat to Wang Lin. Just as Wang Lin put away the celestial emperor's soul, the celestial ancestor's head trembled and cracked a bit more. Wang Lin held the unconscious Lien Daofei and walked out of the left eye. He stood in the collapsed world and stepped onto the celestial ancestor's head. At this moment, his white hair once again turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black hair, black clothes, black eyes. This thing, this person, Wang wants it, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1996. Wang Lin's appearance and clean action caused the surroundings to become silent. Grand Empyrean Jiu Ti's expression was gloomy. Bursts of burning pain came from his body, but he suppressed it with his powerful cultivation. He stared at Wang Lin with killing intent in his eyes. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect the celestial emperor to give up his grand Empyrean body and self-destruct at the most critical moment. This was not in line with his understanding of the celestial emperor. If that was it, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Although the celestial emperor had self-destructed, his head had indeed been opened. Even if they were hit by the curse, it wouldn't be fatal because they were separated. There was no reason for them to fight each other, so it wouldn't make the curse worse. After splitting up the things they needed, they would return to their caves and slowly get rid of the curse. However, what made Jiu miscalculate was that Wang Lin hadn't died. Not only had he not died, but his cultivation had increased and he had gained the upper hand. As a result, they were in a very passive position after being hit by the curse. Not far away, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's face rapidly aged and his eyes dimmed. His body trembled as he looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. As for Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, his body was surrounded by black gas, and he looked like he was in extreme pain. He was enduring the pain of the curse that was trying to melt his body and soul. Now that Wang Lin had appeared, this pain made him angry. This anger was the anger of an ant daring to bare its fangs at a lion. Presumptuous, you're courting death. Dao Yi roared. He was the weakest among the Grand Empyreans, and now that he was surrounded by the curse, he didn't have time to think. In his opinion, even though Wang Lin was the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, he was still an ant. As he spoke, Dao, he turned the pain in his body into killing intent and charged at Wang Lin. He was very fast and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and black gas surrounded it. It was a shocking sight. As the palm descended, the world seemed to come to a standstill. It was as if all things had returned to one, condensing into a mighty force that descended towards Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. As the palm closed in, he put down the unconscious madman and waved his right hand. A thunderous rumble echoed, and black slaughter thunder formed a net of thunder before Wang Lin. When the net appeared, Wang Lin's black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. An aura of slaughter and extermination erupted from his body. At that moment, Wang Lin was like a heavenly spirit that represented slaughter, the appearance of slaughter, the beginning of the end of the world. The net gave off black arcs of lightning that moved in all directions. It contained destructive killing intent and immediately collided with Dao Yi's palm. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the net collapsed. Wang Lin's body trembled and turned into countless strands of black gas. However, he soon reformed, and his eyes were still indifferent and ruthless. Slaughter could not be destroyed. However, although Dao Yi was a Grand Empyrean, he was trapped by the celestial ancestor's curse, so he couldn't use even half of his power. Facing Wang Lin's slaughter thunder, he was forced back a few steps, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He immediately felt a strange aura coming from the thundernet. This aura tore through his body, and he couldn't get rid of it. This was the first time he had been forced back by someone who wasn't a Grand Empyrean. He had almost forgotten about this feeling, and now that it had descended upon him, he couldn't believe it. Furthermore, the murderous aura in his body caused the cursed magic to become even more violent. Pieces of rotten flesh began to fall off his face. The power of the curse became even more intense in his body. You, as Dao Yi spoke, his words turned into a painful gasp. If it was an ascendant Empyrean, they would have already died. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and coldly said, Dao Yi, if you still want to attack, Wang doesn't have a curse on him. I don't mind seeing if you will die once the curse gets stronger. Dao Yi's expression was ferocious as he stared at Wang Lin, but he didn't speak. For the first time, he felt a sense of dread toward Wang Lin that even he couldn't believe. A few more pieces of rotten flesh fell off his face. He was no longer as handsome as before. Jiu-Ti's expression was gloomy. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he slowly spoke. Wang Lin, the old man admits that he has underestimated you once again. You have endured until now, and now you have appeared and taken the initiative. Even the old man admires you for this. However, if you think you can take away the celestial ancestor's head while we are under the curse, that is impossible. Wang Lin, you are a smart person. The old man indeed doesn't want to make the curse worse, but don't force me. Hand over the head, and the old man will let you leave this place safely. We have also sworn that we won't hurt you, and will do our best to help you become a Grand Empyrean. If you are still greedy, then this place will be your grave. Jiu-Ti looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, even if it is Gemini, she is extremely weak and is not a match for the old man. Moreover, there is still Wu Feng and Dao Yi. Although it is difficult for them to display their full power and they have to worry about the curse, they can still delay Gemini for a bit. Moreover, there is also the Dao Wang clan's imperial teacher Haizi. Wang Lin, don't seek your own death. Any of us Grand Empyreans here can even burn our Grand Empyrean power to crush you. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze swept past everyone. At the same time, Grand Empyrean Gemini arrived next to Wang Lin. Her face turned pale, and a burst of purple light came from her body. As the purple light spread, Grand Empyrean Gemini's body seemed to melt and turned back into the two little girls. The two little girls were pale and showed signs of weakness. It was obvious that fusing into one required them to pay a great price. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his right foot and mercilessly stomp down on the celestial ancestor's head when the two little girls appeared. The celestial ancestor's head trembled violently, and his eyes seemed to explode. Two golden eyeballs filled with blood came out of Wang Lin's head. The celestial ancestor's head contained the curse before he died, but the curse had been broken and was being shared by the celestial emperor and Jiu-Ti. Wang Lin had noticed it when he took the celestial emperor's soul, so he wasn't worried about being affected by the curse. The celestial ancestors' two eyeballs were originally one. Now that they flew out, they were immediately caught by the two little girls. Since this is useful to Grand Empyrean Gemini, I ask Grand Empyrean Gemini to accept it. Thank you for your help. As Wang Lin spoke, Jiu-Ti's expression changed. He let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. There was also Dao Yi. His eyes were bloodshot as he turned into a shadow and closed in once more. Wu Feng, Hai Zi attacked together. Jiu-Ti was extremely aggrieved. He was a Grand Empyrean and had lived for far too long, but now he had to summon others to attack together. This was a rare humiliation for him. This child can't be allowed to live. Jiu-Ti's killing intent was monstrous. As he closed in, Grand Empyrean Gemini and the two little girls each caught one of the celestial ancestors' eyeballs. Although their faces were pale, they were decisive. The two of them fused back into Grand Empyrean Gemini and charged toward Jiu-Ti and Dao Yi. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Not far away, Wu Feng looked a bit hesitant. Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi bit her lower lip and was clearly struggling. As Grand Empyrean Gemini faced off against Jiu-Ti and Dao Yi, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand, and two rays of black light shot toward the celestial ancestors' ears. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and the celestial ancestors' ears turned into golden light. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and they shot toward Wu Feng. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, this is what you need. I won't send you off. Wu Feng raised his right hand and silently put away the celestial ancestors' ears. He retreated a few steps. There was no need for him to participate, especially with the curse surrounding him. He didn't want to participate and needed to return to his cave to expel it. While retreating, Wu Feng didn't say a word. He only took a profound look at Wang Lin before turning around and disappearing. Jiu-Ti, who was being blocked by Grand Empyrean Gemini, saw this, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. He clenched his teeth and let out a roar. White light surrounded his body, and a giant, white sun appeared behind him. A white wolf roared, and its head pierced through Jiu-Ti's body toward Gemini. Dao Yi Hai Zi, steal the head. Jiu-Ti didn't hesitate to use the power of the sun while he was under the curse. He erupted with his strongest cultivation to fight against Grand Empyrean Gemini with his own power. Dao Yi flashed past Gemini, and his sun appeared behind him. Dao Yi didn't care about the curse to attack with his full power. However, his cultivation level was the weakest among the Grand Empyreans, so the curse on him was very serious. The sun behind him was very dim, as if it could dissipate at any moment. He couldn't display much power at all. It was enough to kill Ascendant Empyreans, but it couldn't kill the black-haired Wang Lin in a short period of time. He still needed Hai Zi's help. If he joined forces with Hai Zi, he would have a chance of winning against her Dao Wang clan spell. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As Dao Yi closed in, the celestial ancestor's head retreated. He looked up at the struggling Hai Zi and spoke. I don't know if I should call you Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi or Imperial Teacher Hai Zi. Your Dao Wang clan used me to break the seal. Even if you join forces with Jiu-Ti, at most I'll give up this head, but it's impossible for me to die here. As a result, even if you participate, it will not benefit your Dao Wang clan. If you don't participate, one can forget about being used. Pretend this never happened. Chapter 1997. Hai Zi silently pondered and let out a sigh. She stood there and didn't attack. Instead, she closed her eyes. Jiu-Ti clenched his teeth, and his expression became even more gloomy. However, he didn't try to persuade her, and instead began a Grand Empyrean battle with Gemini. Thunderous rumbles spread in all directions. Dao Yi closed in on Wang Lin, and his red eyes were filled with killing intent. He was going to kill Wang Lin and use Wang Lin's blood to wash away his shame. Wang Lin's expression was as indifferent as ever, but as Dao Yi closed in, his black eyes erupted with rare battle intent. This battle intent hadn't appeared on him in a long time. This was the result of his comprehension of the law of war in the cave world. This is the peak of a cultivator's battle. Dao. Wang Lin stood on the celestial ancestor's head and let out a roar. His black hair moved without any wind, and he raised his right hand. A golden fragment appeared. This was the fragment of the celestial ancestor sword that Jiu had given him on the street. At that time, Jiu could never have imagined that Wang Lin could survive the Dao Wang clan's plan. If he had known, he would never have given this fragment to Wang Lin. After fusing the fragment into his body, the black-haired Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He took a step forward and hit his chest with his right hand. 5-element true body, go out. 3 great ethereal essences, go out. Restriction, absolute beginning, go out. With one slap, all the essences inside Wang Lin's body, aside from the slaughter and destruction essences and the thunder, spread out. Without the other essences, only the slaughter and destruction essences from the thunder remained. The black-haired Wang Lin became the embodiment of slaughter and destruction. He took a step and charged at Dao. The two of them started a rumbling battle in midair. Dao let out a roar. With his grand Empyrean cultivation and the power of the sun, all things fused into one. With a wave of his hand, a spell descended that also contained the power of his faith. Thunderous rumbles echoed against the Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin collapsed again and again, but he was eternal. Damn it, this Wang Lin has become so difficult to deal with after becoming black-haired. Dao endured the pain from the curse and attacked again and again. But in the end, he was forced back by the black-haired Wang Lin's divine arts, causing the curse in his body to worsen. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the black-haired Wang Lin's body collapsed once more into countless strands of black gas. They seemed to contain life and quickly gathered around Dao. A finger came out from the black gas and pointed at Dao. Dao, he suddenly turned around, and his face almost turned into a skeleton. Flesh fell off and blood flowed down. He threw a punch, and everything in the world stopped moving, including the black gas. The punch landed, and Wang Lin's finger collapsed. The black gas was pushed back 100 feet and reformed into a figure. However, Dao Yi's body trembled, and he retreated 3 steps. The slaughter aura that was difficult to get rid of seemed to have fused with the curse, causing him to let out a painful roar. The black-haired Wang Lin's eyes were indifferent, and he charged out once more. At the same time, the 5-element true body that was forced out by the black-haired Wang Lin, due to the celestial ancestor's sword fragment fusing with it, the last of his 5-element essences, the metal essence, reached completion. Although the metal essence didn't form an essence true body, it allowed the 5 elements to reach completion. After the 5 elements perfectly fused into one, Wang Lin's 5-element true body erupted with heaven-shaking power. He looked up at Dao Yi, who was fighting the black-haired Wang Lin, and his 5-element true body suddenly stepped forward. 5 colors surrounded his body as if he was wearing a 5-colored cloak. That black represented the earth of the earth. That yellow represented the metal of all elements. That green represented the wood of life. That blue represented the aquamarine water. That red represented the raging fire. The 5-element true body closed in and raised its right hand. The power of the 5 elements rumbled, and the black earth turned into a vast land. This land was illusory, but it was filled with shocking earth essence. It was as if the earth had awakened and turned into a giant earth golem. It appeared behind Dao Yi and punched. There was also the metal of all elements. When it appeared, it burst out with dazzling light and formed countless sharp swords. These swords were completely illusory, but they contained the essence of metal. When they appeared, they turned into a rain of swords that charged toward Dao Yi. The tree of vitality transformed into a giant tree over 100 zhang wide. It descended from the sky and slammed down at Dao Yi. This giant log seemed to be able to break the world and erupt with its strongest attack. The blue waves of water and raging flames formed a sea of fire that circled around Dao Yi and swept towards him. At the same time, The black-haired Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As he closed in, his body exploded into countless bolts of black thunder that shot toward Dao Yi. This was the strongest attack from the combination of the Slaughter Avatar and the five-element true body. Thunderous rumbles shook the world, and Dao Yi let out a miserable scream. His clothes were torn, and large amounts of blood flowed out from the cracks of his skull. The blurry sun behind him suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the sun turned into a powerful impact that caused the giant log to disintegrate, the earth golem to shatter, the sea of fire and water to scatter, and the metal swords to shatter. The five elements scattered and reformed into Wang Lin's five-element true body. This caused the countless bolts of thunder from the black-haired Wang Lin to explode into strands of black gas that condensed into the black-haired Wang Lin's body. Dao, he let out a shrill cry. He still had a pair of eyes in the eye sockets of his skull, but his eyes were like a ghostly fire, and they were filled with fear. What he was afraid of, aside from Wang Lin, was the complete eruption of the curse inside his body. He could clearly feel that the curse had begun to burn his soul. If he didn't immediately leave and go in a closed-door cultivation to recuperate, if he continued to fight, he might die. I refuse to accept this. Dao, he roared at the sky. His body flickered, and he charged up. He was about to leave this place. He didn't dare to continue fighting because he felt the shadow of death rapidly closing in on him. Restriction essence sealed the heavens. Absolute beginning essence sundered night. Life and death. Karma, true and false, void scatter, cover the heavens and earth. The black-haired Wang Lin and Wang Lin's five-element true body spoke at the same time. Just as Dao he was about to leave, the sky that had collapsed into a void suddenly flashed with runes. This was Wang Lin's restriction essence, the power of the restriction. At the same time, a blazing sun appeared behind the restriction essence. This sun gave off a blinding light and fused with the restriction essence, forming a light that locked down the world. Shortly after, the three ethereal essences appeared and formed a fog that contained Wang Lin's Dao. It covered the world and sealed off Dao Yi's escape. You want to leave? The black-haired Wang Lin and his five-element true body charged at Dao Yi from the left and right. In the distance, Jiu-Ti, who was fighting Gemini, was shocked. When he collided with Gemini's spell, the white and purple rumbles echoed. He immediately retreated and was about to charge at Wang Lin. Gemini's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and tried to stop him once more. Gemini, enough. The Celestial Emperor is already dead. Do you still want to watch Dao Yi be destroyed by the curse? Jiu-Ti roared. Gemini stopped. After all, she belonged to the Celestial clan. Dao Yi's flesh and blood began to fall from his body. His current appearance was extremely terrifying, and his eyes were filled with madness. An invisible flame suddenly appeared on his body as he let out a roar and threw a punch at the sky. The world rumbled. The restriction, absolute beginning, and the restriction formed by the three ethereal essences collapsed after Dao Yi burned the power of his body, allowing Dao Yi to escape. Seeing that Dao Yi was about to escape, the eyes of the black-haired Wang Lin and his five-element true body lit up. You can escape, but the Dao Yi sect can't escape. These were the words of the black-haired Wang Lin, and they were filled with killing intent and destruction. How can you fight and leave as you please? These were the words of the five-element true body. Dao Yi's eyes were filled with madness. He didn't hesitate to burn his body just to leave and quickly go into closed-door cultivation. At this moment, he didn't care about the sect or the Celestial clan. His body became a blur as he rushed out. At the same time, the Jiu-Ti immediately closed in while Gemini paused. He looked like he was going to stop Wang Lin from chasing, but in truth, he was filled with killing intent. The black-haired Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate to turn into black gas and charge at the five-element true body when Dao Yi tried to escape and the Jiu-Ti closed in. They fused to form a blurry figure. Restriction essence, return. Absolute beginning essence, return. life and death, karma, true and false, return. 5-element true body, form, slaughter, thunder true body, form, ethereal essence, form. As the words came from the blurry figure, it rapidly changed into Wang Lin's body. His hair wasn't completely black or completely white, but a mixture of black and white. When he raised his head, an aura that made Gioti's pupils shrink erupted from Wang Lin's body. This was his strongest performance aside from the Avatar and the Void. This was the peak body he had obtained after absorbing some of the celestial ancestors' cultivation inheritance, infusing the 5-element true body with slaughter. Behind him, a strange, black and white sun shadow appeared. Although this sun was blurry and was only an outline, its appearance caused the hearts of High Z, Ju T, Gemini, and the escaping Tao E to tremble. This isn't an illusion. This is the son of a grand Empyrean. This is impossible. He hasn't been to the immemorial God realm. So how could a grand Empyrean son appear? Although it's blurry, it is indeed the embryonic form of a grand Empyrean son. He actually used his own strength to forcibly condense a grand Empyrean son. This person, do you have a monthly ticket? L. Chapter 1998. The Grand Empyrean Sun was a mix of black and white. It gave off a strange light that shrouded the void behind Wang Lin. This was Wang Lin's strongest performance. The moment the Grand Empyrean Sun appeared, Wang Lin took a step forward and charged toward the shocked Dao Yi. Gioti's eyes became serious, and his pupils shrank. He wanted to stop Dao Yi. He couldn't just watch Dao Yi die because of the curse. He didn't want to obtain a situation where the balance between the Celestial Clan and the Ancient Clan would be broken. Now that the Celestial Emperor had fallen, he couldn't allow anything to happen to Dao Yi. As Ju Ti moved forward, his body shined with a dazzling white light. The white sun behind him shined brightly and formed a giant white wolf that blocked Wang Lin. The two of them got closer and closer and closed in on each other in an instant. Wang Lin, Dao, he can't be killed. Ju Ti roared. The white wolf around him opened its mouth and was about to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the white wolf closed in, the black and white sun behind him shined brightly. It shrank rapidly and entered Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin's body to gather all the power of the Grand Empyrean Sun outline. He twisted his body and kicked the white wolf. Once the art of the great Tao reached a certain level, every punch and kick would contain the trajectory of heaven and earth and could trigger the transformation of divine abilities. This kick caused the void to tremble with a loud rumble. From afar, this wasn't a kick from the white wolf and Wang Lin. It was a collision between a white sun and a black and white sun. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. Gioti's white, grand, Empyrean sun trembled and the white wolf howled. Its huge body was hit by a powerful impact and collapsed, leaving only the wolf head. Gioti's face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. Although he had to split his attention to suppress the curse and was at his weakest after fighting Gemini, he was still a Grand Empyrean and an extremely powerful existence among Grand Empyreans. Although Tao, he had condensed a Grand Empyrean sun, it was only an outline and hadn't fully formed. It was like a seed that hadn't bloomed yet. However, it was this Grand Empyrean sun outline that allowed Wang Lin to force him to retreat with his full power. This kind of thing didn't make sense. The only explanation was that the Grand Empyrean sun Wang Lin had condensed was not ordinary. This is not an ordinary Grand Empyrean sun. As Ju Ti retreated, he rushed forward once more. As the two Grand Empyrean suns collided and collapsed, Wang Lin also retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his body flickered and he flew into the sky. Gioti's hasty attempt to stop Wang Lin was unable to stop Wang Lin. In a flash, he rushed into the sky toward Dao Yi, who was covered in even more black gas and rotting flesh. With one step, Dao, he closed in. Seeing that he couldn't escape, madness appeared in his eyes, and he let out a roar. His right hand reached at the void, and a black half-moon blade appeared. The moment the blade appeared, it gave off a monstrous killing intent. It circled Dao Yi once and chopped down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin, if you want to kill this lord, then die with this lord. Dao Yi went crazy, and the blade closed in on Wang Lin. However, just as the blade swept by, Wang Lin's body trembled and turned into 99 shadows. These 99 shadows surrounded the area. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and more than 90 of them collapsed. However, the remaining shadows penetrated the blade and gathered before Dao Yi to form Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale. After he appeared, he raised his right hand and pointed at the brow of Dao Yi's skull. With a bang, Dao Yi's body fell from the sky, and a miserable scream echoed. The power of the curse erupted on Dao Yi's body. As he fell, a large amount of flesh and blood separated, and his clothes were torn. Most of his body had turned into a skeleton. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Dao Yi landed on the collapsed earth. I refused to accept this. Dao Yi's resentment was monstrous. If he wasn't surrounded by the curse, he wouldn't be like this when facing Wang Lin. However, right now, he was in such a miserable state. Wang Lin, enough. You can take away the celestial ancestor's head. Hai Zi, you can stop attacking Wang Lin, but you have to save Dao Yi. Zhu Ti chased after Dao Yi once more. Hai Zi silently pondered. She raised her right hand and waved at Dao Yi, who had fallen to the ground. With the power of the Dao Wang clan, the thoughts of the living, the thoughts of the dead. Let those that exist continue to exist, and those that dissipate stop. Hai Zi waved her hand, and a layer of blue ripples appeared around Dao Yi's body. This ripple caused Wang Lin to feel like he was sinking into mud. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and a large amount of black threads spread out toward Dao Yi. These black threads penetrated the blue ripples and gathered around Dao Yi's body to form Wang Lin's figure. Dao Yi went crazy and was about to desperately resist, but the power of the curse inside his body erupted. The moment he used a spell, his body seemed to collapse, and even more flesh and blood scattered. He let out a miserable scream as Wang Lin's foot landed on his chest. Dao Yi was mercilessly pinned to the ground and couldn't struggle. If you all want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. How can everything go as you all want? This Dao Yi attacked me first. If you want me to stop now, then you must pay the price. With one foot on Dao Yi, Wang Lin calmly looked at the rapidly closing in on Zhou Ti and slowly spoke. Zhou Ti's expression was gloomy as he stopped 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin, and the power of the curse in his body became more violent as time passed. What price do you want? Zhou Ti took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Wang Lin's right foot exerted force on Dao Yi's body, causing the black gas around Dao Yi to spread. This stimulation caused the madness in Dao Yi's eyes to dissipate and turn into intense pain he had never experienced before. He also felt the humiliation of being stepped on by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he calmly said, "I want that baby skull." Zhou Ti frowned. "Dao Yi, give me that skull, and you can go." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had the upper hand, but he had never thought about killing Dao Yi. After all, he had only obtained his current situation after the Grand Empyreans were affected by the curse. It was not because his cultivation level could ignore everything. Dao Yi stared at Wang Lin as if he was trying to remember Wang Lin's appearance. "Dao Yi, give it to him." Zhou Ti let out a cold snort. Dao Yi knew he didn't have much time. With his current injuries, it would be very difficult to get rid of the curse inside his body. If he delayed any longer, even if he managed to get rid of it, his cultivation would be damaged too much. As he roared, Wang Lin's right foot loosened. Dao Yi raised his right hand and reached at the void. A fist-sized skull appeared in his hand. He let go of the skull in his hand and flew into the sky. He broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. This skull looked like the skull of a baby and was filled with death aura. The moment it appeared, the death aura spread out in all directions as if it had merged with the void. That familiar feeling immediately appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He waved his right hand, and the skull flew toward Wang Lin and was put away by Wang Lin. After putting away the skull, Wang Lin took a step back and returned to the side of the celestial ancestor's head. The madman was unconscious on top of the head. Wang Lin, the Dao Wang clan, and the old man's plan, but the biggest harvest is you. The old man will remember this. After you leave this place, you must quickly become a Grand Empyrean. Otherwise, once the old man dispels the curse, you'll have to give me an explanation. Jiuti looked at Wang Lin. With his identity, he didn't hide his thoughts and directly spoke them. And you, Gemini, if Dao doesn't recover in the end and my celestial clan and the G clan are destroyed, you'll personally witness the blood of my celestial clan being slaughtered by the ancient clan. At that time, your Purple Yang sect will not be spared. The old man's plan was originally good. He wanted all the Grand Empyreans of the Celestial Clan to divide up the Celestial Ancestors' relic so that our cultivation levels would become stronger and the Celestial Clan would no longer have the Celestial Emperor bloodline. However, because of you, all of this has changed. You will have to bear the consequences. Jiuti sneered. Gemini silently pondered and didn't speak, but there was a flash of complexity and confusion in her eyes. Wang Lin felt guilty in his heart. He looked at Grand Empyrean Gemini and made a decision in his heart. I owe Grand Empyrean Gemini a lot. I can only do my best to stop the war between the Ancient Clan and the Celestial Clan, so she doesn't regret what she did today. Gemini pondered a bit and then coldly said, "Since this lord has decided on something, you don't need to say more." Good. Jiuti laughed and coldly looked at Wang Lin. The old man can let you take away the celestial ancestor's head, but you can't take away Lien Dao Fei. This matter cannot be discussed. Take the head and leave this place. The old man has already taken a step back. If you still want to forcefully take away Lien Dao Fei like before, then the old man will no longer suppress the power of the curse. Even if it will be difficult for him to recover in the future, I will make you stay here. Gemini, you can help him obtain the Celestial Ancestor's head, but the Celestial Emperor is crippled and the Celestial Ancestor's head is damaged. You should know the use of Lien Dao Fei here. Jiuti slowly said. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his pupils shrank. Wang Lin, make Lien Dao Fei stay. Gemini silently pondered for a moment and then looked at Wang Lin. Today, I will break through to the 2000 chapter. Fellow cultivators, please pay your respects and ask for monthly votes. Chapter 1999. If it was just Jiuti speaking, Wang Lin could ignore it. He had come to the palace to save the madman. So how could he give up just because of Jiuti's threat? Wang Lin didn't believe that Jiuti would stop suppressing the curse in his body and stop making it difficult for him to recover. However, Wang Lin couldn't ignore Gemini's words. In his mind, he already owed Gemini. Now that she had said this, Wang Lin could only remain silent. Give me a reason. After a long time, Wang Lin spoke with difficulty. He didn't look at Jiuti, but at Grand Empyrean Gemini. The Celestial Emperor is crippled. Lien Dao Fei is very important to the Celestial Clan. Grand Empyrean Gemini let out a sigh and looked at Wang Lin. The person who spoke was the silent Hai Zi. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, Wang Lin, Lien Dao Fei must stay. This is the Forbidden Palace. Although it has collapsed, it can recover on its own. In the Celestial Clan, the Forbidden Palace is a very important place because the Celestial Ancestor's head is here. The Celestial Ancestor's head is used to suppress the spirits of the 72 continents. It is because of its existence that the spirits of the 72 continents are sealed. Once the Celestial Ancestor's head is damaged, it will no longer have the power to suppress the spirits of the 72 continents that are still alive. Even some of the spirits that are already dead will return to the void after losing the power to suppress them. At that time, the entire celestial clan will fall into chaos. The continents will collapse, and the entire celestial clan will face a catastrophe. According to my clan's original plan, we weren't to destroy the celestial clan. After dividing the celestial ancestor's head, we would choose someone to sleep here and replace the celestial ancestor's head to suppress the spirits of the 72 continents. We chose Lien Daofei. He has the bloodline of the celestial ancestor and has inherited part of the celestial ancestor's cultivation. Over the years, my clan has slowly planted a seed in him. As long as this seed is activated, Lien Daofei will inherit the celestial ancestor's cultivation and become a Grand Empyrean. With his great Empyrean cultivation and my clan's secret technique, he can suppress them. So, you cannot take him away. If you force it, then I will also take action, Haizi said softly. Wang Lin, leave Lien Daofei behind. He won't be in any danger. He'll just be left here to suppress the spirits of the 72 continents. Gemini sighed inwardly as she looked at Wang Lin. Jiuti stood at the side and watched the scene coldly without saying a word. Wang Lin looked silently at the unconscious madman on the immortal ancestor's head, and without any hesitation, began to speak. I'll give up on the celestial ancestor's head and only take Lien Daofei. Give up. Even if the celestial ancestor's head is placed back, it can no longer suppress him because the head has been cut open by the celestial emperor and the celestial ancestor's cultivation has been scattered. This thing is useless to suppress him. Jiuti let out a cold snort. Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale and his eyes were filled with struggle and complexity. The other party's words were simple, and there was no need to think too much about it. Wang Lin understood that this matter was true. Wang Lin, leave Lien Daofei behind. This was the third time Gemini had said this. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's struggle set off a huge wave in his mind. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He couldn't take the madman away by force. Grand Empyrean Gemini would stop him, Jiuti would act, and there was also Empyrean Exalt Haizi. If the three of them acted, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to take the madman away. What's more, once the madman was taken away, the celestial clan would descend into chaos. Wang Lin didn't care, but Gemini, who had always been helping him, would be very passive. Even the Purple Yang sect would be destroyed. While silently pondering, Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. He looked at the unconscious madman and slowly closed his eyes. Madman, when I, Wang Lin, come to the celestial clan's imperial palace again, it will be the moment I completely rescue you. I swear. Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit the celestial ancestor's head. The head immediately turned into a ray of golden light, and Wang Lin put it into his storage space. He suddenly looked up. Jiuti, there is no need for you to find me. Wang will come again in the future. As he spoke, Wang Lin flew into the sky. He didn't look back and left the unconscious madman behind. His heart felt a stabbing pain. He had obtained the greatest benefits from this trip to the imperial palace. He had obtained part of the celestial ancestor's inheritance, obtained the head, and formed the outline of a grand Empyrean son. However, in the end, he couldn't take the madman away. If he could choose, Wang Lin wouldn't hesitate to dissipate all these fortunes in exchange for taking the madman away. However, all of this was destined from the very beginning. With the Dao Wang clan's Great Soul Sect ancestors' plan and divination, he likely calculated that the Celestial Emperor's soul wanted to possess the madman's body. Perhaps the so-called possession was part of the plan, but it was unknowingly destroyed by me. Even when the Celestial Emperor chose to self-destruct, the power of the curse was shared by the 4 Grand Empyreans. The Great Soul Sect ancestor likely divined it, but didn't tell me or stop it. Perhaps he did this for the sake of his current clan member, Haizi, or perhaps to dissipate my anger toward his clan. However, what exactly did he see to be so polite to me? Could it be that in his heart, my existence is more terrifying than the Grand Empyreans? Wang Lin thought about the words the genius of the Dao Wang clan had left behind in the Great Soul sect. The words he had said were filled with respect. Grand Empyrean Gemini looked down at the unconscious Lien Daofei and let out a sigh. Her body flickered, and she followed Wang Lin into the distance. The moment Wang Lin walked out from the shattered sky of the Forbidden Palace, he couldn't help but look down. He saw Hai Zi use her clan spell to cause the unconscious madman to give off a dazzling golden light. The madman's figure was replaced by a golden sun that shrouded his body. The golden sun shined brightly, and the fluctuations of a grand Empyrean spread out. This grand Empyrean power was not the outline of Wang Lin's grand Empyrean sun. It was completely condensed. Under this light, Lien Daofei became the 5th Grand Empyrean of the Celestial Clan after the Celestial Emperor fell. However, this 5th Grand Empyrean would forever sleep and would never awaken. His existence was only to replace the celestial ancestor's head and suppress the 72 souls of the continents. Wang Lin looked at the madman who had become a Grand Empyrean. He watched the madman's body slowly turn into a mountain surrounded by the golden sun. This mountain was covered in golden light and shot into the sky. With the appearance of the mountain peak, the shattered ground began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, compared to the previous 9 mountains, there was only one golden mountain peak on the ground now. The sky also recovered until the entire world was restored. His gaze lingered on the golden mountain for a while before Wang Lin turned around. He remembered his oath in the depths of his heart and suddenly left. After walking out of the Forbidden Palace and into the collapsed palace, Wang Lin disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was on the immortal astral continent, in the Imperial Palace in the ancestral city of the Central Continent. The Imperial Palace was in ruins. At a glance, there was only one statue standing there. This statue was of the celestial ancestor. He looked up at the sky, and his hands were spread out as if he was casting a spell. Wang Lin looked at the statue and silently pondered. Ripples appeared beside him, and Grand Empyrean Gemini walked out. The celestial ancestor's era is over, and his protection will disappear. In the future, there will be no more celestial emperor bloodline in the celestial clan. Grand Empyrean Gemini looked at the statue and let out a sigh. Wang Lin calmly said, "Thank you. This is the promise I made to you before. Even though the price I paid was great, I still have to thank you. When I split my body, you chose me, who was just 2 little girls." Grand Empyrean Gemini slowly said, "I indeed can't let you take Lien Daofei away. I hope you can understand. After all, I belong to the Celestial Clan, and you can belong to the Ancient Clan." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he turned to look at Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin didn't ask or try to hide the fact that Grand Empyrean Gemini had pointed out his identity. "Thank you." Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at Grand Empyrean Gemini. "I obtained the celestial ancestor's eyes. Once I return to the Purple Yang sect, I'll go into closed-door cultivation. Will you leave now, or will you follow me back to the Purple Yang sect?" Wang Lin's gaze fell toward the eastern continent, and he slowly said, "I want to return to the Great Soul sect, then leave the Celestial Clan." Grand Empyrean Gemini silently pondered for a bit and then let out a sigh. "I don't know if helping you is the right or wrong." She shook her head, and purple light spread out. She turned back into the 2 little girls. The 2 little girls looked tired and looked back at Wang Lin. They revealed innocent smiles and waved goodbye at Wang Lin. They turned into 2 rays of light and flew into the sky. "Wawa, I'm going to sleep after we get back. I'm so tired, D6. Han Han, why don't we go back and see if the wolf cub is obedient during this period of time? Then we can go rest." "Okay, then it's settled." Their crisp and tender voices echoed in the wind like bells. Wang Lin looked at the 2 little girls and muttered to himself, "I'm not sure if I'm going to die or not. Thank you both." Wang Lin closed his eyes and opened them after a long time. He turned into a ray of light and flew off into the distance. He didn't see that in the ruins of the palace behind him, Hai was silently looking at his back. She had a melancholic expression as the sky gradually turned dusk. Hai, let's go. Behind Hai, Jiuti walked out with a tired expression. His body was covered in black gas, and he could no longer suppress it. You didn't stop him, so I don't blame you. This child is extraordinary. I'm old, and having your clan form a connection with him will help you in the future. Jiudi, who was surrounded by black gas, looked at Hai with kindness and love in his eyes. The second chapter was chapter 1999. The next chapter was chapter 2000, asking for monthly votes. Don't let Air Jin down today, okay? Chapter 2000. The destruction of the Imperial Palace and the fall of the Celestial Emperor didn't spread due to GOTI suppression. The ruined Imperial Palace quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The Celestial Emperor went into closed-door cultivation once more. This generation's Celestial Emperor, Lien Daojin, often went into closed-door cultivation, so the Celestial clan didn't think too much about the Celestial Emperor going into closed-door cultivation. When Wu Feng returned to the northern province, he immediately sealed himself in ice. He immersed himself in an unbreakable cold aura, silently dispelling the curse in his body. He hadn't done anything after being affected by the curse, so it was easier for him to dispel it than it was for Dao, Yi, and Jiudi. Adding on the fact that he had obtained the celestial ancestors' ears, once he dispelled all the black gas, his cultivation would increase a lot. Dao, he dragged his injured body and endured the intense pain in his heart. He suppressed the humiliation in his heart and returned to the Dao Yi sect. He immediately went into closed-door cultivation. However, the curse in his body had erupted, and ordinary methods couldn't dispel it. However, Dao, he was a Grand Empyrean, and he was not what he looked like on the surface. Gemini had once called him the fake masked man. In order to dispel the curse in his body so it wouldn't affect his recovery, he gathered all the Empyrean exalts and ascendant Empyreans under him. He also called many golden exalts to forcefully spread out the curse in his body so everyone could share it. This curse was very powerful. Golden exalts would die if they touched it, and even Empyrean exalts would immediately rot after touching it. They would let out mournful roars, and although they could last a bit longer, they would still die in the end. Only ascendant Empyreans could rely on their powerful cultivation to withstand the power of the curse, but the price was still great. It wasn't until all the Empyrean exalts and ascendant Empyreans under Dao Yi scattered the curse that he began searching for third-step cultivators like crazy. Even if he could share a bit of the curse, it would be of great benefit to him. Under this cruel sharing, the Dao Yi sect had almost become a dead sect. After Jiuti brought Hai back to Mount Emperor, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. His cultivation level was very high, so although the black gas surrounded him, he could slowly dispel it. Adding on the help of Hai-Zi's mournful soul spell, the curse in Jiuti's body would gradually dissipate over time. Only Grand Empyrean Gemini wasn't affected because she wasn't greedy. After returning to the Purple Yang sect, the two girls chose to go into closed-door cultivation to fuse with the celestial ancestors' eyes. Once they came out, they would completely recover from the celestial ancestors' eyes. The Celestial clan still had 5 Grand Empyreans, but the 5th Grand Empyrean was sleeping in the palace that overlapped with the palace. He had turned into a golden mountain and was suppressing the spirits of the 72 continents. Under the mountain, the madman still hadn't awakened. He seemed to be waiting for Wang Lin's next arrival. Half a year later, Celestial clan's eastern continent, Heavenly Bull continent. The Heavenly Bull continent was covered in mountains. Many years ago, during the war with the Green Devil continent, a large amount of mountains had collapsed, causing the landscape of the Heavenly Bull continent to change. However, the structure of the sects hadn't changed much. The Great Soul sect and the Gue-E sect were still the strongest, and many small sects had attached themselves to them. The disciples of the 2 sects that had been sent to the ancestral city had long returned to their sections. They each had their own fortunes and would become the future pillars of their sections. Great Soul Sect. After Wang Lin left, esteemed Green Bull had been in closed-door cultivation and didn't care about the outside world. The trivial matters of the sect were handled by the elders. He had only made one request, which was to keep the mountain he had given to Wang Lin and turn it into a forbidden land that outsiders wouldn't be allowed to set foot on. Many people were puzzled by this, but when Wang Lin's fame spread and the Empyrean trial and rumors about Wang Lin spread, the people of the Great Soul Sect who were skeptical about the identity of the white-haired ascendant Empyrean slowly realized that the white-haired ascendant Empyrean was indeed Wang Lin. They vaguely understood why esteemed Green Bull had left the mountain. Yin Lu, an elder of the past, now held a high position in the Great Soul Sect and could make decisions. She could have moved away from the mountain and gone deeper into the Great Soul Sect to find a better cave. However, she still didn't leave. She was at the top of the mountain, and she could see Wang Lin's cave. Whenever she recalled the past, she would stand at the top of the mountain and silently ponder as she looked at Wang Lin's mountain. Fan Shanlu and Fan Shanming were still her disciples. The personal grudge with Wang Lin had been resolved, and after so many years, it was so faint that it could be forgotten. Among the many elders of the Great Soul Sect, there was one more person named Du Qing. His body wasn't made of flesh and blood, but a piece of wood. After his origin soul condensed it, it became his body. He was appointed by the Great Soul Sect's old ancestor and became an elder despite not being an elder. Over the years, his life had been very comfortable, much better than before. Time passed. The Great Soul Sect didn't seem to have changed much in the Heavenly Bull continent. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the pavilion was still the same. Wang Lin stood outside the Great Soul Sect and looked at the familiar sect. When he first came here, he only had a vague understanding of the Great Soul Sect. When he slowly thought he understood, he experienced many things and finally learned of the deep connection between the Great Soul Sect and the Imperial Palace. Only then did he realize that there were still some things he didn't understand about the Great Soul Sect. The Dao Wang clan, a genius that no one has been able to surpass. This Great Soul Sect's old ancestor may or may not be dead. However, his plan spanned countless years and calculated the changes of today. His plan included everyone, and everyone was a pawn in his eyes. In the end, this plan successfully unlocked the seal on his clan. The celestial ancestor's bloodline was cut off, and the last remaining clan member regained his freedom. Wang Lin looked at the Great Soul Sect with a complicated expression. He had been on the immortal astral continent for many years, but only now did he understand that the Great Soul Sect, which was inconspicuous in the eyes of many powerful people, had a secret that could be traced back countless years. With a sigh, Wang Lin stepped toward the Great Soul Sect. His cultivation level was far above esteemed Green Bull's and everyone else's in the Great Soul Sect. No one noticed his arrival. In the Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin saw Du Qing and Yin Lu, who was standing on the mountain wearing a red dress. He also saw Fan Shanming and Fan Shanlu. Wang Lin didn't stop and walked into the depths of the Great Soul Sect. He went to the Soul Scripture Pavilion before. Back then, Wang Lin had to wait for esteemed Green Bull to open the Soul Scripture Pavilion before he could find it. However, now Wang Lin took a step forward and appeared outside the Soul Scripture Pavilion. This was a 7-story pavilion surrounded by a thin layer of fog. Outside the pavilion, there were 2 huge statues of ferocious beasts. They were extremely lifelike. The door to the pavilion was closed, and the surroundings were completely silent. Above the door were 3 large words: Soul Scripture Pavilion. The pavilion looked like it had 7 floors, but in truth, it had an 8th floor, a 9th floor, and a 10th floor. Esteemed Green Bull had said that not even he could enter the 10th floor. That was where the Great Soul Sect's ancestor died. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked up at the top of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. He had come to find the answer, to find what the genius of the Dao Wang clan had laid for him. Pushing open the closed door, Wang Lin walked in. He was familiar with everything here. One step at a time, Wang Lin calmly walked up. Creaking sounds echoed in the silent pavilion. Wang Lin walked up the second floor, the third floor, until he reached the 8th floor. There was no need for the current Wang Lin to break the restrictions here. They would disappear as soon as he walked past them. Looking at the stairs leading to the 9th floor, Wang Lin slowly walked up to the 9th floor. There were some jades floating above this floor that recorded the strongest person in the Great Soul Sect, Shuntong. The complete multi-layered illusion spell that Wang Lin wanted to obtain was here. His gaze swept past the jades one by one. Wang Lin saw everything recorded inside and walked toward the ancient stairs not far away. This place led to the 10th floor. Sure, Sam was the first flight of stairs. Wang Lin walked up them one by one until he arrived at the top of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the 10th floor. The moment he entered the 10th floor, Wang Lin saw something that made him silently ponder for a long time. He looked there with a complicated expression, and after a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh. So, this is what you left for me. Is also what you forced me to come here to see. The genius of the Dao Wang clan. The matter of you using me and what I said to Haizi will be written off. Wang Lin didn't look at the 10th floor anymore. He turned around, and his figure gradually disappeared. After Wang Lin left, the complete scene of the 10th floor was revealed. The 10th floor wasn't large, only about 100 feet wide. There was a statue and a skeleton. The statue was of a man. He stood there and looked down. His eyes seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens. He gave off a sense of might without being angry as he coldly stared at the skeleton before him. The skeleton was kneeling before the statue with a painful and pleading expression. There was a crack in his head, but there was no brain inside. There was a hole dug out in his chest, but there was no heart inside. His hands were raised. In his left hand was his withered brain, and in his right hand was his unmoving heart. He looked at the statue as if he was hoping to be forgiven. He had knelt here for countless years. This wasn't an ordinary skeleton, but a soul that imprisoned this person. This soul was a will that prayed for forgiveness. The statue was of Wang Lin. This skeleton was the Great Soul Sect's old ancestor, the genius of the Dao Wang clan. Chapter 12,000. Chapter 2,000 Conscientious and Conscientious. Chapter 2001. On the immortal astral continent, the celestial clan's 5 continents and 72 continents occupied more than 50% of the immortal astral continent. Of the remaining 50%, 40% were the 36 countries of the ancient clan, and the remaining 10% was the endless sea that separated the ancient and celestial continent. This sea was the largest sea in the immortal astral continent. The waves were turbulent all year round, and fog covered the sky. Mortals couldn't pass through this sea. Even cultivators couldn't pass through it unless they had extremely high cultivation levels. This sea became a natural barrier that made it difficult for celestial and ancient cultivators to come to each other. Bordering this sea was the celestial clan's northern continent. The northernmost continent of a northern continent was called the Cold Main Continent. This continent wasn't large and was almost completely covered in snow. The cultivators that lived on this continent were used to this kind of weather and climate. They all cultivated the ice element, so there were very few mortals here. The closer one got to the north, the more this was the case. The north of this continent was the vast sea. If one looked at the Cold Main Continent from above, they would see that the entire Cold Main Continent was like a giant piece of ice floating on the edge of the sea. It was battered by the sea day and night, but it never melted. Even in the seawater bordering this continent, one could occasionally see layers of ice recondensing and floating away with the waves. There was not a single living thing within 1,000,000 kilometers of the border. Even cultivators rarely came here because the cold energy here was simply too cold. Cultivators were made of flesh and blood, so their blood would turn into ice water and they wouldn't be able to survive here for long. The howling of the wind and snow filled the air, causing the goose feather snowflakes to rise high into the air before slowly scattering with the wind and falling to the ground. Amidst this endless snowstorm, this place stretched as far as the eye could see. Faintly, there were three figures walking over on the snowy ground in the distance. Among the three of them, the person in the lead was wearing a straw raincoat. He had a head full of white hair, and there were many snowflakes in his hair. His straw raincoat was also covered in a thick layer of snow. As he walked, some of the snow fell, and some new snow fell. Of the two people behind this person, one looked like an old man, but upon closer inspection, he looked like a middle-aged man. This man had a head full of white snow, and his body was shivering from the cold. His hand were placed by his mouth, constantly exhaling white air. From time to time, he would look at the other person beside him with eyes full of jealousy. There was a small snake on this man's shoulder, but this snake was like a dragon. It was lazily lying there, and every time it noticed that the man was about to freeze, it would let out a breath, allowing the man to continue. The last person was a large man. More accurately speaking, he wasn't a large man, but rather a thin and weak youth. He wore layers upon layers of cotton-padded clothes, making him look extremely bloated. He swaggered as he walked, and when he stepped deep into the snow, he had to expend a great deal of effort to lift himself up. This place was very cold, but there was sweat on this young man's forehead that gave off bursts of white gas. It looked very interesting. The sound of people stepping on the snow was swallowed by the moaning wind and couldn't travel out. Only 3 blurry lines of footprints could be seen. They didn't exist in the snow for long before they were erased. Only the echoes of human voices could be heard, as if they couldn't be extinguished. Your grandpa, Sue, is still smart. I was like this in the cave world, and I'm still like this on the immortal astral continent. Jean Biao, you brat. If you want to compare yourself to your grandpa, Sue, you can't even catch up. The young man, who was wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket, had a smug look on his face as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. So hot. This hot day is really hot. I can't stand it. It's too hot. Jean Biao, are you hot? Why am I so hot? The man beside him was Lu Jean Biao. He stared viciously at Su Ligua and was about to speak when the cold wind blew by. He shivered and his face turned a bit blue. Jean Biao, it's so hot. Why are you shivering? Could it be that you're very cold? Ah, stop pretending. It's pointless. You can't fool me. Your grandpa, Sue, has seen everything in the ancestral city. I've found a lot of treasures and eaten well. There are also little peach blossom, little peach blossom, little peach blossom, and little peach blossom to warm my bed. I've been very happy. Jean Biao, how have you been all these years? Su Ligua squeezed out a friendly expression, but the pride in his eyes made Lu Jean Biao want to fight him to the death. I've worn too many of these clothes. The weather is a bit too hot. I say, Jean Biao, you really seem to be cold. No problem. Your grandpa Su is your good brother, so I'll give you. Su Ligua glanced at Lu Jean Biao and deliberately paused. Lu Jean Biao was startled for a moment before revealing a look of joy. Su Ligua chuckled and spoke again. Let me introduce you to the value of these clothes. After you hear it, imagine it in your mind. Maybe you won't feel cold. Don't you know the path of deception? Go lie to yourself. Lie to yourself. Tell yourself that you're wearing countless warm clothes. That's it. Su Ligua looked very emotional as he touched the clothes on his body and shook his head. These clothes are a supreme treasure. They are made of heavenly cotton and can produce a warm aura. I stole them from the Chun family. These cotton clothes are also a supreme treasure. When you wear them, it feels like you're hugging a ball of fire. Grandpa Su encouraged the prince to steal them from his Zhao family. This, and this. Su Ligua introduced the clothes one by one. Before he could finish, Lu Jean Biao roared. Su Ligua, what do you want your grandpa Su to do in front of the master? Are you going to rob me? Hey, come on, you become bold. Su Ligua glared at him and immediately rolled up his sleeves. However, the clothes he was wearing were too thick. Even if he rolled up one layer, there would still be countless more. He wouldn't be able to finish rolling them up in a short amount of time. Master, look at him. Lu Jean Biao glared at Su Ligua, then immediately looked at Wang Lin, who was walking in front of him and ignoring the two of them. Master, don't pay attention to him. He wants to exercise and improve his cultivation. Master, walk slowly. The snow is slippery. Don't worry about us. It's okay, it's okay. Little Su, you can handle it himself. Su Ligua hurriedly put on a fawning expression and ran a few steps behind Wang Lin. As he walked, he raised his hand and massaged Wang Lin's shoulder through the straw raincoat. He even turned around and glared at Lu Jinbiao. You want to compete with your grandpa Su for the position in the master's heart? Bah, you're not qualified. When your grandpa Su followed the master, who knows where you were drinking milk? Su Ligua sent out a message through divine sense. Ew, what about me? I was the one who suggested to the master that our cultivation was not enough. It was best to walk through the cold northern region with our own cultivation. This way, not only could we strengthen our willpower, but we could also improve our cultivation by constantly operating it. It was a good thing. I was the one who said it. What about it? My cultivation is not as high as yours. Without that silly dragon's help, I'm afraid of the cold. Why are you angry when I put on a cotton-padded jacket? If you had a cotton-padded jacket, you could have worn it too. Su Ligua snorted. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue arguing, Wang Lin frowned. Along the way, the two of them had been arguing nonstop ever since they appeared. All right, Lu Jinbiao, if you can't hold on, I can put you in my storage space. Wang Lin stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Lu Jinbiao, who was shivering in the cold. I can't give Su Ligua a chance to be alone by the master's side. That guy might say something bad about me. Lu Jinbiao clenched his teeth and immediately shook his head. Master, I could still hold on. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled, and even his voice trembled. Su Ligua, take off a few pieces of clothing and give them to Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin could see through their thoughts at a glance. He turned and walked into the distance. Su Ligua reluctantly took off a few cotton-padded jackets and threw them at Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao quickly put them on. The two of them glared at each other and cursed each other a few times before following Wang Lin. Time passed. Wang Lin wasn't anxious at all as he slowly walked through the northernmost part of the immortal astral continent toward the vast sea. The cold became even stronger, and even Su Ligua couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and disappeared with the two of them. When they reappeared, they were at the edge of the cold main continent. There was a large amount of ice floating on the surface of the sea, and they would occasionally collide with each other, creating thunderous rumbles. Past this sea is the ancient clan. Wang Lin casually waved his right hand and put Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua into his storage space. He stood there by himself, and after pondering a bit, he moved forward. When he reappeared, there was a giant block of ice under his feet. Standing on the ice, Wang Lin looked back toward the Celestial Clan. Looking at this, everything that had happened since he came to the Celestial Clan appeared in Wang Lin's mind. These memories were like the wind of the cold sea that blew his white hair, and they passed away. The ice under Wang Lin's feet moved with the waves and slowly drifted away from the Celestial Clan. In Wang Lin's eyes, the Celestial Clan seemed to become blurry. He just stood there and stared at the blurry world. The immortals left into the distance, and he could vaguely see many familiar faces. Those faces seemed to have disappeared as he left into the distance, and he could no longer see them clearly. Madman, when I come back. Wang Lin didn't murmur the last sentence, but his eyes were filled with determination and decisiveness. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin could no longer see the Celestial Clan. All he could see was the surging waves of the sea. In the distance, the sun slowly set, revealing a fiery red. When the world turned dark, Wang Lin turned around. Teacher Xian Luo, disciple is coming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he disappeared from the ice without a trace. Chapter 2002. Day and night alternated with the howling of the tsunami. These were the only changes and sounds in the vast sea. The seawater was no longer cold, and it slowly became moist. It began to churn even more violently, and as the waves rose, it looked as if they were going to break the heavens. It was as if there was a powerful sea beast living under the sea that was going to replace the blue of the sky with the blue of the sea. The sea dragon roared across the sea. It was extremely agile and moved faster than it could fly. There was a figure in white sitting on the head of the sea dragon. Wang Lin didn't use spatial bending to rush to the 36 countries of the ancient clan as fast as he could. Instead, he allowed the sea dragon to move forward. He sat down and began to adjust his cultivation. There shouldn't be any life and death danger in this trip to the ancient clan. After all, Teacher Xin Luo is there. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. It felt warm when it landed on his body. In the Ji clan, I have to calm down and silently cultivate to complete my promise to Teacher. I have to protect the ancient Tao and protect Teacher's reincarnation. After all, I belong to the ancient clan. Wang Lin looked a bit melancholy and let out a sigh. Unfortunately, I didn't find Shimizu at the celestial clan. I didn't find Sidhu, and I didn't find Li Qianmei. This was regret. Forget it. When I come to the celestial clan again, perhaps I can find them. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Before he left, he had spread out his divine sense to search, but in the end, he still hadn't found them. I'm not going to the ancient Shur or ancient Ji. I'm going to the ancient Tao Imperial City. I just don't know how the ancient Tao Imperial City compares to the celestial ancestral city. Wang Lin silently looked into the distance. My cultivation level is not high enough. I need to go into closed-door cultivation in the ancient clan and strive to become a Grand Empyrean. At that time, I will complete my agreement with Teacher and go find Wan Er's soul. Thinking about Li Muin, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. Wan Er, where is that strand of your soul? Only when your soul is complete will I be able to find a way to wake you up. Wang Lin sighed. He raised his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Immediately, a rift appeared. This rift was Wang Lin's storage space. Back then, he was unable to open it without damage. But now, he was able to do it easily. He could completely offset the tearing force between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, so it wouldn't damage the storage space. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword that had made Wang Lin famous in the cave world flew out. It floated before Wang Lin and gave off a cold, killing intent under the sun. This thing belongs to the Tao Ji clan. Wang Lin held the blood sword and gently touched it. The killing intent in Wang Lin's hand seemed to become cheerful and surrounded his fingertips. It also belongs to Yimo. When I inherited Yimo's head, I promised Yimo to treat his descendants well. In this trip to the ancient Tao, I have to find Yimo's descendants. Holding the blood sword, he waved it and a monstrous ray of bloodlight shot into the sky. After a long time, a muffled rumble echoed. With my current cultivation level, I can easily display the full power of this sword. The blood sword in his hand trembled and popping sounds came from it. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the blood sword, as if it was shedding its skin, and a layer fell off. A bright, blood-colored light erupted from the blood sword in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin had comprehended this blood sword back then, but now he saw that there was a faint seal on it. At this moment, he waved his hand, and the seal was broken by him. After the seal was broken, the killing intent from the blood sword became even stronger. It spread out in all directions and covered an area of 500 kilometers. It turned into a storm of killing intent, and as the storm churned, a giant shadow could be seen. It was obvious that this shadow belonged to an ancient clan member. His entire body was covered in armor, and in his right hand, he held a slender blood sword. The sword was surrounded by a murderous aura, as if it wanted to slash the sky apart. Yimo's hometown, where Teacher is the ancient Tao, the place I need to protect. I wonder what it is like. Wang Lin looked at the blood sword and put it away. The shadow in the sky dissipated, revealing a clear sky. After absorbing the celestial ancestor sword fragment, my metal essence reached completion and the 5 elements fused into one. My cultivation level increased a bit. Wang Lin's path of cultivation was completely different from others. He needed essences, and the appearance of essences could increase his cultivation level. With the completion of the metal essence, Wang Lin's cultivation level rose from mid-stage void turbulent to late-stage void turbulent. Adding on the inheritance from the celestial ancestor, he was able to erupt with his full power and form the outline of the grand Empyrean sun behind him. The Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body is full with 5 essences. My 5-element essence True Body is now complete. Next is my ethereal essence. If I can comprehend the other 2 ethereal essences, my cultivation level will reach peak void turbulent. However, it is very difficult to comprehend ethereal essences. In my life, I have only comprehended 3 ethereal essences. Wang Lin began to ponder. In this rare moment of calm, he began to analyze his future path of cultivation. If I rely on the ethereal essences to increase my cultivation level, then it will be very difficult for me to improve in the future. I fear it will take many years before I can increase my cultivation level again. Wang Lin frowned. The sea dragon under him moved across the sea, breaking through the waves. From afar, it looked like it was drawing a line across the sea. The waves echoed, causing the surface of the sea to ripple. However, Wang Lin only took one look before starting to think about his future path of cultivation. This won't do. If I continue like this, I don't know when I will have the power to return to the Celestial Clan. My cultivation is different from others. Perhaps I can find another way to increase my cultivation level. Wang Lin was immersed in his thoughts as time slowly passed. Several days later, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes. I can't rely on the ethereal essences. Since this is the case, I'll use the ethereal essences as a long-term path of comprehension. During this process, I'll focus on the 5-element true body and the Slaughter Thunder body. Of the 5-element true body, water, fire, and earth have formed their true bodies, leaving only metal and wood. According to my analysis over the past few days, if I can make the metal and wood essence form their true bodies, then this 5-element true body will be worthy of its name. If that's the case, there should be a chance for me to avoid comprehending the ethereal essences and increase my cultivation level to peak void turbulent. Although my combat power will be weakened due to the incomplete ethereal essences, once my ethereal essences are complete, I can have a huge increase in combat power. After that is the Slaughter Thunder body. The Thunder essence has formed its true body, but the other 4 essences, Slaughter, Absolute Beginning, Absolute End, and Restriction, are only at peak completion. If they all form their true bodies, my Slaughter Thunder body will be complete, and my cultivation level will be able to surpass Void Turbulent. However, I'll need the metal and wood essence to appear before I can know if it is as I imagined. Wang Lin pondered and decided on the future. As for the outline of the grand Empyrean sun, the reason it appeared is because of the part of the celestial ancestors' cultivation I inherited. The celestial ancestors' inheritance didn't increase my cultivation level, but it allowed me to use my full power to form this sun. With this sun, my combat power will increase greatly. It can also make up for the gap when my heavenly bull soul armor shattered. With my current cultivation level and combat power, I'm number 1 under Grand Empyreans. I can even battle a Grand Empyrean without burning their yang essence. If my analysis is correct, then if my 5-element true body forms and my cultivation level increases, I should be able to battle a Grand Empyrean that burns their yang essence. And once my Slaughter Thunder body forms its true body, there won't be many Grand Empyreans that can defeat me. At that time, if I can comprehend the 4th ethereal essence, then according to my understanding in the Donglin sect, reincarnation is the 4th ethereal essence. Once this essence is complete, I'll be able to find my true self from the countless dream barriers and form the 5th ethereal essence. At that time, Wang Lin's eyes shine brightly. Grand Empyreans are not my match. After all, Empyrean Exalt and Ascendant Empyreans are just a transition between Void Tribulent and Grand Empyrean. This transition can be, or not. Moreover, I still have my avatar in the void of the immortal astral continent. That avatar is still growing, so I can't use it unless I have to. Time. I need time. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the storage space, inside the celestial ancestor's head. Along the way, Wang Lin had been studying it. He vaguely understood that once he completely integrated the celestial ancestor's head into his grand Empyrean sun outline, the outline would become solid. Once it became solid, Wang Lin could rely on this sun to become the real 10th Grand Empyrean of the immortal astral continent. There were two more items in his storage space. One was a strand of white hair, and the other was a fist-sized head filled with death, aura. These two items gave Wang Lin a very familiar feeling, but he still couldn't figure out the source of this familiarity. Time passed day by day, and the waves on the sea became more and more violent. There is also the power of the law of the immortal astral continent. This power was the key to stopping the celestial and ancient passage. However, for Wang Lin, this power was too weak compared to the void of the immortal astral continent, so he could ignore it. His aura shrouded the sea dragon, causing it to move faster and faster. There was also a black dot in the sky. This black dot was the mosquito beast. It was released by Wang Lin and let out a cheerful hiss as it followed Wang Lin toward the ancient clan. Several months later, when Wang Lin opened his eyes once more, he saw the black earth at the end of the sea. It was different from the celestial clan's celestial spiritual energy. The ancient clan's black earth gave off a sense of desolation and desolation. A new scroll was opened. I have just arrived at the G clan and need to sort out my thoughts so I can't erupt. Chapter 2003. The vast land of the ancient clan was covered in black earth. This place was different from the delicate and beautiful celestial clan. It was vast and rough, especially the black earth. At a glance, one would naturally feel a sense of oppression. However, at the same time, the vast world released this oppression. It was as if breathing the aura of the ancient clan could melt one's body here. Unlike the celestial clan, which had only one imperial power across the 5 continents, the G clan had a complete monarchy, like a country. The ancient clan was divided into the ancient Dao, ancient G, and ancient Shur clans. The power of the 3 ancient emperors was not something the celestial emperor could compare to. Here, the imperial power was supreme, and it shrouded the hearts of all the ancient clan members. For example, if the celestial palace was in danger, everyone would choose to escape without hesitation. They wouldn't risk their lives or go crazy. However, in the ancient clan, if something like this happened in any of the palaces, then there were only 2 extremes. 1. The invader would die. 2. The entire clan would be exterminated. This was the ancient clan, the imperial power that had been passed down for countless years. It was even ridiculed by the celestial clan, but it was the imperial power that every generation of celestial emperors desired. The emperor of the ancient clan was the heavens. He represented the ancient ancestor. The nobility of his bloodline could not be erased by any force. The ancient clan respected the bloodline the most. Even a Grand Empyrean didn't have the right to impeach the G Emperor. In terms of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean was the highest and was the guardian of their bloodline. However, in terms of power, the ancient emperor could command all the members of his bloodline. If there was a conflict between the Grand Empyrean and the ancient emperor, the number of people who heard the G Emperor's order would far surpass the Grand Empyrean. It was also different from the Celestial clan. The Grand Empyreans of the Celestial clan, like Jiu-Ti, dared to scheme against the Celestial Emperor and even kill him. However, in the ancient clan, although the Grand Empyreans had supreme cultivation, they wouldn't harm the Celestial Emperor. This was because the person who left the order was the most powerful Empyrean in the immortal astral Holy Land. He would protect the three ancient bloodlines, the existences that could become ancient emperors. At the center of the three bloodlines was the holy land of the Ji clan, where the strongest Grand Empyrean lived. Wang Lin had learned a bit about the Ji clan from Xian Luo in the cave world and from Grand Empyrean Gemini's ancient scroll in the Purple Yang sect. That was why he wasn't as confused as when he first entered the Celestial clan. However, the ancient clan was simply too large, and Wang Lin didn't have a map to the ancient Dao. He needed to find a map to accurately head toward the ancient Dao imperial city. Among the three ancient clans, the ancient Shi is the strongest, and the ancient Ji is the most united. The ancient Dao has the most people, but it is also the weakest. Wang Lin walked on the black earth and took a deep breath. He squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and put it to his nose. He could sense a power that caused his ancient race bloodline to tremble in his body. Teacher, disciple has arrived at the ancient clan. Wang Lin stood up and walked forward. Before Wang Lin, there was a huge city near the sea. This city was made of kind of black stone. From a distance, it looked very rough, but it gave off a domineering aura. This domineering aura seemed to be buried in the core of every ancient clan member and building. Within the city, all of the buildings were extremely large. Ancient race members were hurrying about, and there were also some burly men in leather armor who were constantly shouting. When the bystanders saw them, they would immediately be filled with terror and quickly move away. Outside the city, the flow of people was like a tide, and it looked very lively. Wang Lin stood far away from the city gate and didn't choose to enter. He stood there and looked at the ancient clan members. He saw Ji Yao, ancient devil, and ancient god. Although these people were the same size, the stars between their eyebrows, left eye, and right eye made Wang Lin feel a sense of familiarity. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen so many ancient clan members. There were also 7 or 8 burly men wearing leather armor beside the city gate. These people all had stars between their eyebrows or in their eyes. As they flashed, they each had 5 or 6 stars. Their expressions were filled with impatience as their gazes swept across the people entering and exiting the city. At the same time, they would also shout, "Hurry up! Those behind, hurry up! The city will be sealed in half an incense stick of time." After entering Black Rock City, immediately scatter. The city is restricted for 3 days. Without the city lord's order, no one is allowed to leave. As the burly man shouted, the originally lively city gate gradually quieted down. Those who wanted to enter the city increased their pace. In less than half an incense stick of time, the area outside of the city gate was already empty. There was a huge contrast compared to the liveliness from earlier. Those members of the Gu clan who had entered the city immediately scattered. Soon, not many figures could be seen within the city. The only thing that could be seen were the 100 large men in leather armor. They were standing at various key corners of the city. Their gazes would occasionally look at the city gate and occasionally at a towering building in the middle of the city. Perhaps it was because this place was empty, but Wang Lin's figure was revealed, and he attracted the attention of the 7 or 8 burly men outside the city gate. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He withdrew his gaze from the city and turned to walk into the distance. There were no experts in this city, so Wang Lin wanted a map. The more detailed the map, the better. Only experts would have such a map. However, just as he turned around, a voice came from behind him. "Stop!" 2 people immediately walked out from the group of 7 or 8 burly men. Both of them had ancient god bodies and each had 5 stars between their eyebrows. At this moment, they were walking over with large strides. Wang Lin frowned. He stopped and turned to look at the 2 approaching people. "Who are you and where did you come from?" One of the 2 burly men shouted with an unfriendly expression. "Wang Lin," Wang Lin slowly said. The other burly man stared at Wang Lin and extended his right hand. "You've been standing here for a long time, but you still haven't entered the city. Hand over your identity token. Also, show me your clan mark." The other burly man spoke again. Wang Lin faintly smiled, and 9 stars slowly appeared between his eyebrows. These 9 stars emitted a ghostly glow, making Wang Lin look no different from an ancient clan member. The moment the 9 stars appeared, the 2 burly men were startled. Their pupils shrank, and they took a few steps back before clasping their hands toward Wang Lin. "Greetings, Divine Lord. We didn't know you were coming and spoke disrespectfully. Please punish us, Divine Lord." The 2 of them clasped their hands with respectful expressions and even a hint of fanaticism. The change in the 2 of them immediately attracted the attention of the remaining 5 people outside the city gate. When they saw the 9 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, their expressions immediately changed. They all stepped forward and clasped their hands toward Wang Lin. "Greetings, Divine Lord." Wang Lin was quite surprised, but his expression remained the same. He didn't know much about the ancient clan. He only knew some general landforms and simple structures. He didn't know much about the customs and status of the ancient clan. "After I revealed the 9-star auspicious god, they call me Divine Lord. Then, in the ancient clan, a 9-star ancient demon is a demon sage, and a 9-star ancient devil is a devil sage." Wang Lin had a guess. "Some of the inheritance I obtained from Yemo is incomplete, so I don't know much about him. I only know that in the G clan, no matter which bloodline it is, they're all made up of auspicious god, ancient demon, and ancient devil." "So, I wonder what the ancient clan calls someone with a 9-star ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil." As Wang Lin pondered, he recalled the second trial of the G clan in the cave world, the soul blood he obtained, and the recognition of the ancient ancestor. Over the years, although Wang Lin hadn't forcefully cultivated his ancient clan body, as time passed, he had obtained all 9 stars of the ancient clan, but he rarely revealed them. From the looks of it, there aren't many people in the G clan who can reach 9 stars. Perhaps it is because this place is far away. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind, and he smiled. "No problem. Do you have a map jade on you?" Wang Lin casually asked. Not many people in the Celestial clan could understand his words. This was a language unique to the ancient clan. The large man stared blankly for a moment, but he didn't say anything else. He raised his right hand and patted his chest. Immediately, a jade slip appeared. This jade slip was used regardless of whether it was immortal or ancient, just that the aura required to open it was different. This lowly one's jade is incomplete. It only has a general area. The burly man respectfully handed over the jade. After Wang Lin took it, he scanned it with his ancient clan power. This jade was indeed, as the burly man had said, it was extremely simple. It only had a few details about the nearby countries. The further one went, the more blurry it became. However, through the map in the jade, along with some of Wang Lin's previous understanding, he was able to determine that the 12 countries at the top were the ancient Shur. The 2 below were the ancient Ji and Dao Ji. Blackrock City was at the edge of the ancient Shurs with Sang Country. Wang Lin held the jade and slowly said, "I wonder why this place is sealed." One of the 2 burly men before Wang Lin respectfully said, reporting to Lord Divine, "We are under the order of the city, Lord, to clear the 4 gates of Blackrock City within 15 minutes to welcome the arrival of Prince Jidu and the Ancient Dao ambassadors." Ancient Dao ambassadors? I just came out of closed-door cultivation and don't know anything about this. Tell me in detail. Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. The burly man didn't hesitate and respectfully spoke. "This lowly one doesn't know much about the Ancient Dao ambassadors, but I heard that they were sent by the Ancient Dao royal family. During these hundreds of years, they have been searching the ancient clan for beautiful women. Rumor has it that the Ancient Dao Emperor wants to choose a concubine. The last few hours, begging for monthly votes." Chapter 2004. As for whether this matter is true or false, I don't know. However, the envoy was accompanied by Prince Jidu, so the ancient Shur Emperor must have agreed. Otherwise, the city lord wouldn't have ordered the city to be sealed, the burly man said. Choosing a concubine? Wang Lin was startled, but he didn't think much about it. He just felt that the ancient Tao emperor he was going to protect in the future had sent an envoy to the other two ancient countries to choose a concubine. This was very absurd. However, since I can meet people from the ancient Tao here, they must have a detailed map of the 12 countries. This saves me the trouble of searching for them. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin was about to ask more questions when his expression changed. He looked up at the city and heard footsteps coming from inside. Shortly after, two groups of G-clan soldiers wearing green armor walked out of the city. There were nearly 1,000 people in these two groups, and they immediately lined up outside the city. They gave off killing intent as 3 people walked out from the city. Of these 3 people, the one in the lead was a tall and sturdy man. He was nearly 3 meters tall and was clearly taller than the others. He wore golden armor, and his skin was red. He didn't look angry, and he walked forward with large strides. To the left of the burly man in golden armor was a middle-aged man who looked like Shio Tuesday. He wore a green robe and gave off the air of celestial. He was extremely handsome. This man had 3 strands of beard, and his skin was white. He held a black fan in his hand, and although he looked like a celestial, there was a demonic aura in his eyes. In particular, there seemed to be a cloud of fog in his left eye. It was very strange. The last person stood to the right of the burly man in golden armor. He was a young man in black with an indifferent expression, but it couldn't hide the violence and killing intent hidden in his eyes. He stood there as if there was a fire burning around his body, but this fire was extremely cold. The two of them were obviously led by the burly man in golden armor. He walked out from the 2 groups of G-clan soldiers and was about to look into the distance when he suddenly noticed something. He turned his head and looked at Wang Lin. Not only him, but the 2 people behind him also turned their heads at almost the same time. Their gazes focused on the 9 stars on Wang Lin's forehead, and their eyes flashed. Greetings, Holy City Lord, Lord Demon Saint, Lord Demon Saint. The 2 leather-armored men beside Wang Lin, as well as the city gate Shi, greeted Wang Lin. The other 5 men immediately knelt on the ground without hesitation. They were extremely respectful. However, the golden-armored man didn't care at all. He looked at Wang Lin with doubt in his eyes. Fellow clan member, you look unfamiliar. I am Blackrock City's city lord, Liang Yun. I wonder if fellow clan member needs any help coming to my Blackrock City? The golden-armored man cupped his fists towards Wang Lin. I am Kong Si. The green-robed, middle-aged man with a pair of devilish eagle eyes revealed a faint smile as he also punched out at Wang Lin. Only the black-robed young man's gaze swept past Wang Lin. He was indifferent and didn't say a word. Wang Kai smiled and clasped his hands. I'm Wang Lin. I happened to pass by here and heard that Prince Ji-Du and the ancient Tao ambassadors were coming, so I decided to stay. I don't know if Sir is willing, but if it is inconvenient, then I, Wang, will leave. He didn't show any arrogance because of his high cultivation level and status. Wang Lin's personality had always been one of politeness. If others were polite to him, he would naturally return the politeness. Those who come are guests. Brother Wang, please stay and wait with us. The golden-armored man laughed heartily. Looking at this person and feeling the blessing God power from this man, Wang Lin felt a sense of familiarity. He smiled and stepped forward until he was next to the 3 of them. The golden-armored man looked at Wang Lin and said with a smile, Brother Wang is also a god, so you must have passed the second trial. You should have reached the stage of refining the devil and demon. I wonder how much progress you have made. Refining the devil and demon? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained the same. He shook his head with a smile and didn't speak. Connecting, fusing, and refining is difficult. How could it be so easy? From his appearance, he doesn't give off any demonic aura, so he must still be trying to figure it out. Liang Yun, what you said is the same as not asking. The black-robed young man who still hadn't spoken spoke coldly. His gaze swept past Wang Lin and revealed a trace of disdain. Meng Luo, the golden-armored man, frowned. After looking at the black-robed young man, He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and spoke with a bitter smile. I'm sure Brother Wang can tell that this Meng Luo is a devil saint and has a bad temper. I hope Brother Wang won't take it to heart. The art of connecting, fusing, and refining is indeed too difficult. I haven't made much progress yet. The golden-armored man looked apologetic. It's fine. Wang Lin smiled faintly. He really didn't mind such a small matter. They chatted for a while longer. The golden-armored man and demon Saint Kong Shi seemed to be trying to figure out Wang Lin's background. But in the end, they didn't manage to get anything out of him. Gradually, the few of them lost the intention to continue the conversation and slowly quietened down. The silence didn't last long. Wang Lin seemed to sense something and casually looked up at the sky. Kong Shi had been paying attention to Wang Lin. When he noticed Wang Lin's action, he also looked up, but he didn't see anything. However, just as he was about to look away, his expression froze. The golden-armored man and the black-robed young man also looked up at the sky. Their expressions were filled with respect and fanaticism. In the sky, the weather suddenly changed and layers of ripples suddenly appeared. As they spread in all directions, a shocking explosion rang out, and an E-sized fist appeared in the sky out of nowhere. It punched towards the sky. As the rumbles continued to spread, the sky seemed to be collapsing. Even more ripples appeared, and more cracks appeared on the sky. In the end, it was as if two hands had pierced through the sky and ripped it open, causing a huge crack to appear on the sky. A green figure hundreds of thousands of feet tall, with a single horn on its head, tore open the sky and took a step forward. The azure figure was wearing azure armor and emitted a monstrous demonic aura. This demonic aura was so dense that it turned into a dense fog that spread out endlessly in all directions. This was an ancient demon. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with irritation. Once he appeared, he threw his head back and let out a roar. As he roared, the ancient demon took a large step forward and walked out of the crack. His foot landed on the ground with a thunderous boom. As he stepped on the ground, a wave of air mixed with the dust spread out in all directions. It was like a wave rolling back, like a raging mountain crashing against one's face. Wang Lin looked at the ancient demon, and his heart trembled. His eyes shined brightly. This is not an ordinary, auspicious demon. Wang Lin immediately saw through it. He had seen ancient demons in the cave world, but those auspicious demons were like ancient gods. If they didn't reveal their true bodies, they would look like ordinary people. However, even if it revealed its original body, it would maintain its sanity and not fall into madness. Most importantly, the demonic energy this ancient demon gave off made Wang Lin feel like it was as powerful as an Empyrean Exalt cultivator, even though they were both in the Celestial clan. Greetings, Prince. The ancient demon that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall landed on the ground and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The golden-armored man, the demon saint, and the black-robed young man knelt down on one knee and spoke respectfully. Not only them, but the nearly 1,000 soldiers on both sides all knelt down with fanatical expressions. In fact, everyone inside the city who saw Gu Yao felt their hearts tremble, and they all bowed to him. The only person inside the city that wasn't kneeling was Wang Lin. As the golden-armored man knelt down, he immediately noticed that Wang Lin Huang was still standing. He was startled, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He wasn't the only one. Kong Shi reacted the same way. Even the black-robed man revealed looks of astonishment. How could a mere prince make Wang Lin kneel? Forget him. Not even a Grand Empyrean could make Wang Lin kneel. Even the Celestial Emperor would only need to clasp his hands. Wang Lin calmly looked at the roaring ancient demon and at the person standing on its head. This person was wearing a royal robe, and his hair flowed in the wind. He was a young man, and his appearance was ordinary, but there was an indescribable temperament around him. As he stood there, he seemed indescribable. Behind him was a woman wearing a blue dress. She didn't look very old, and when her gaze fell on Wang Lin, she revealed a look of surprise. The young man in the royal robe also saw Wang Lin, who was the only one standing. When the sky rumbled once more, the young man turned his head. He no longer looked at Wang Lin, but at the sky. He saw another giant shadow walk out from the rift that had been torn open. This shadow was a bit smaller, only 100,000 feet tall. It had 2 horns on its head and was completely black. It was an ancient devil. The ancient devil's eyes were completely red, filled with madness and tyranny. It seemed to be losing control as it let out a roar and stepped onto the earth. There were 7 people standing on its head. 5 of them were men and 2 were women. They clasped their hands at the young man on the ancient demon's head. When they looked up at the earth, their gazes were immediately attracted by Wang Lin. My clansmen were disrespectful. I made everyone laugh. The young man in the royal robe smiled at the 7 people on the ancient devil's head. Then he turned to look at the 6 golden-armored, burly men who were trembling because of Wang Lin. Liang Yun, is he one of your newly recruited subordinates? Reporting to the prince, I don't know this person. He is Gang Gang. He appeared here and said he wanted to see the prince. I'll punish him and make him stay. Now I'll kill him to serve as an example. The golden-armored, burly man's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. No need, the prince said coldly. His eyes flashed as he stared at Wang Lin. To a good kill him. As the prince spoke, the tens of thousands of feet tall, ancient demon let out a roar. It raised its huge right claw and swiped at Wang Lin. From the looks of it, it wanted to grab Wang Lin and crush him. The sharp nails on its right claw seemed to be able to cut through the air. They turned into black lines that shot toward Wang Lin with monstrous demonic aura. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to check your personal account. Just cast your monthly vote. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.